become even more crucial. We can have the next slide. So the recovery plan itself draws from the country's economic reconstruction and recovery plan, which was finalized last year. And this plan itself again identifies tourism as one of the areas of intervention. And you know what I always say to colleagues when we speak is that, in fact, our biggest challenge in tourism is how to position ourselves to take advantage of the fact that Treasury stands ready actually to support tourism. And sometimes it is us who actually don't really take the necessary action to say, here's a project, it's costing this much, we want that road to be fixed, and so on, because of tourism value and so on. It was a reaffirmation of tourism and strategic sector. So the three areas that the plan focuses on relate to reigniting demand, of course, as well as protecting supply, as well as enabling capacity. I will talk a bit more. It's going to be difficult now because this next slide is quite small. Okay, we can have the next slide, sorry. Yeah. Okay, so this slide gives a bit of detail about the approach of the recovery plan. You will see that there are themes there are activities, and then there are enablers that have been identified in the plan. If you look at the enablers in particular, which are in blue there, okay, I'm not technically endowed. Yeah, so let's leave it. So you will see that we want, of course, to take actions to reignite demand, because we know that if there's no demand for tourism, there's no tourism economy. Activities have been identified in the plan related to that specific action. In fact, all of these actions that are identified here are it's just not my thing, sorry. we can just go back to the slide again. Yeah, so we've identified actions related to reigniting demand, protecting the tourism supply. We do know again that, and I'm sorry that I have your back to some of you, sorry about that. We know that without supply, again, when the demand picks up, there's going to be a problem. In fact, it's one of the biggest risks that we have at the moment, because we know that some of the entities, tourism entities, are kind of being kept more or less running, partly because of the TERS program, which is at least keeping some employees within those entities. But we know that that's not going to last, although we've been lucky that it's been extended a couple of times. But it's not going to, thank you so much, I need that. Yeah, so protecting the supply side so that there is adequate supply when demand resumes. One of the identified actions is implementing the norms and standards Some colleagues may be aware that there have been norms and standards that were drafted to basically give a comprehensive outline. These were developed partly based on those that had already been drafted by the sector, but also drawing from international approaches to norms and standards related to how to conduct tourism safely. And I think a meeting like this one is already a demonstration that it is in fact possible to conduct events safely as long as the protocols are there. So the norms and standards seek to ensure that there's a singular framework that everyone works from in terms of the COVID-19 protocols. Also, just to give assurance to our markets that South Africa as a country has got a standard and is following all the protocols, and this is what the standard in fact entails. Domestic tourism demand stimulation is also identified as one of the interventions. We know again that domestic tourism is weighed down by the economic situation. So as much as we often say that there should be more domestic tourism activity, which we do promote. Domestic tourism. So domestic tourism is something that we keep cultivating. But of course, with the COVID-19 now, it became even more important to look at the domestic market more seriously, because there was a time when there was simply no international market, and even now the international market is still limited. An investment and resource mobilization program. I think my colleague from the investment section of the department is actually on the program tomorrow to talk a bit more about that particular one. A marketing program to reignite international demand. In fact, our agency has already been working on that, working closely with the sector. It's not an easy space at the moment because obviously everyone is fighting for market share now. There's still a lot of new trends that are still obtaining in the environment. People are reluctant to travel too far away. That's one of the new trends. So as a long-haul destination, that has got its own implications. But also we've got countries putting up all manner of restrictions that make it undesirable for their citizens to actually to venture out, to markets such as ours. I will also then just touch on the enablers. One major enabler is a partnership. Limpopo is one of those provinces from our observation that seems to have quite a functional relationship with the sector. It cannot be overemphasized in this context because as we recover, we all have our challenges. It's an incredibly difficult context that the sector is recovering under. In fact, some members of the sector are not even going to recover, which is a sad reality and very, very sad for jobs and for those individuals' livelihoods. But a partnership just helps to pool the resources. The gentleman before me was talking about that support, to pool the resources and to coordinate the action which tourism very much relies on. The deployment of the vaccine was also identified, but also the resumption of government activity, especially on the conferencing side, was also identified. We also then identify risks in the plan, one of which relates to the airlift, the decimation of airlift capacity again, which has now to be canvassed again so that it can be built up. We then identify opportunities. The screen is blank on both ends, but we identify opportunities in the plan that have been brought on by COVID. one of the big opportunity is a challenge, I suppose, to the sector to better understand and cater for the domestic market. I think with the domestic market, sometimes we don't invest. We have not invested as much as we could have over time. So this particular situation where we are now having to be slightly more reliant on domestic tourism is really a huge opportunity to really understand what is it that the domestic market wants. How can the sector cater for the domestic market? We also then identify some enablers. I think the main one is, in fact, the two key ones are the sector one, which I've touched on, but there's also an enabler in the public sector context, the whole of government approach that we have spoken about before, but we have not managed to actually, there have been varying levels of success in that particular area. So it's a whole of government approach where all government departments, and we believe that responsibility lies more heavily with us as the Department of Tourism to actually help our counterpart departments to understand, and that would then also apply to a provincial government. Our role is partly to lobby, to make them understand, to show them where the links are between their work and the work that we do. So, yeah. We've also got the policy framework, which was identified as one of the enablers, an updated policy framework. I did say in the earlier slide that our current policy was approved in '96, so there is in fact a process that has commenced of updating that policy framework, but understanding, of course, that is a kind of a longer term project. It's not an immediate term project. We also identify the fact that COVID-19 has accelerated the digitalization in tourism. I'm sure we need not say too much on that particular one. Because it has just happened automatically. But the challenge for our sector, the particular challenge around that opportunity is that our sector obviously is mainly made up of very small enterprises, and one of the challenges that we've identified, which we hope we will deal with in the update of the frameworks, is the support that SMEs then need to adapt to the digitalization. The SMEs themselves, but also the workforce. Because as the digitalization process increases, there's new requirements both from entities and the workforce itself. The COVID-19 has also, of course, re-emphasized the need for sustainable tourism. Our country is one of the leaders, in fact, in terms of responsible tourism. There's a lot of work that has been done by our sector, but with COVID-19, obviously, there's greater impetus for that to be strengthened. So as I close, then we just highlight the future context, what we refer to as the future context. We know that seamless travel has become even more critical going into the future. The fewer touch points, the better on anything, basically. Continuous management of risks to recovery. We identify the risks in the plan, and the challenge is that we need to then be continuously managing them, because one of the features as well of COVID-19 has just been the evolving context. It's evolving all the time, and there's a lot of uncertainty. But if we work together, as we work together, in fact, because I believe that we do try to work together, we'll be managing those risks as we go along. And also because of the devastation being global in nature, there's going to be a highly competitive global sector competing. Tourism is one of the most competitive sectors, in fact, because each and every country on earth does tourism, unlike other sectors. But it will be even more competitive after, in the period now as we recover. So we've also then say as we close that we need to continuously review the appropriate scope and approach of all the actions that have been identified in the recovery plan. And that brings my presentation to a close. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ngidi, for setting the scene in terms of the policy framework that we have undertaken jointly as a national and provincial department on crafting what can really shape the road to recovery. The last presentation for this session, so that the conversation can start with my gentlemen on the panel, we are now gonna move to the last presentation from the acting CEO of SA Tourism, Ms. Tembile Dlamini, who has connected with us online. But I'm told that there's a video as well that needs to be played that shows the product offerings in terms of the LTA. So I need signal from the technical team if we are able to have the video before we get Mrs. Tembile Dlamini on.
first 3 months of 2020. And from a key source market point of view, travel out of America, which is one of our key source markets, is recovering the fastest. So if we look at some of the planning that we're doing to ensure that we ready ourselves as a destination to ensure that when markets open, we're able to actually create that demand, for our destination. America is on top of the list, which is USA. Asia Pacific is the least recovering region, currently sitting at 97% below what it was in 2020. Although travel is not happening yet, particularly the people from China, but we know that they are searching for hotels and other related travel information. So the confidence index shows signs of a very slow uptick. We do know that the hotel occupancy as well is up by 48%. So those are some of the things that we're picking up, and this comes from the UNWTO tourism recovery check. But I think the most important key takeout for me is that our sector remains under pressure. And it's something that we really have to, as a collective think to how do we then ensure that we support the sector recovery plan? It is a plan, it has been approved. However, as a collective, we've got to work together to ensure that we come up with very practical ways of ensuring that we enable the sector to recover and we ready ourselves as a destination to receive visitors. So the key takeouts from the outlook that I've just given is that if you look at South Africa, we're recovering quicker compared to the global average. We're sitting at a minus 84.1%, while the global average is sitting at 88%. And context to it, colleagues, is that most of the, contributing to this recovery is our land markets. So we've got the domestic market, which is, encouraging South Africans to travel within South Africa. However, we've got our land markets that are driving this recovery. And we've seen a smaller base travel from the DRC and Ethiopia, which are recovering quite fast if you look at other markets in the rest of the continent, particularly air markets. And in the Africa land markets, we've seen Namibia and Zambia leading the recovery. So which simply means that the immediate opportunity in line with the recovery lies in domestic, which is encouraging our own people to travel their country. But secondly, looking at the continent as a viable market. We do know that there have been debates as to, if we look at the African continent, particularly the land markets, what value are we actually deriving from people traveling, from the land market? As SA Tourism, we hold a different view. We're saying there is an opportunity for us to begin to convert whether people are traveling for trade, from a trade point of view, whether they're traveling for work or for shopping. There is an opportunity to actually turn that travel and convert that travel into holiday trips and them consuming some of our leisure activities. But over and above that, we still feel that there is an opportunity for us to actually put our positioning as a destination from a MICE point of view. Because as a destination, we do have infrastructure to host this. Look at the domestic outlook. This is the survey conducted as at March 20. We've had a total of 2.7 million overnight domestic trips. I'm getting feedback. I think there's someone who's unmuted. Full fellow, please mute. So although I was still saying that 2.7 million overnight domestic trips were taken in South Africa, this was was below by 43.3% as compared to 2020 when we started hit by the pandemic. But we're still, beginning to see some level of improvement month on month, like I said. However, we have to take into consideration that as we were seeing that increase or that recovery month on month, particularly around our Easter period, we were hit by then the third wave. And we look forward to seeing the results now, which will give us a sense of how our winter season, how we did with our winter season. So there are two key purposes of visits that we track, which are important for the sector, which is domestic holiday trips, but also domestic day trips. So with the domestic holiday trips, which are overnight, we've seen about 500,000, close to 500,000 domestic tourism holiday trips that were recorded, by end of March, which is about 65.4% lower, as compared to 2020. So colleagues, this begins to give you a sense that even in the domestic market, we're still struggling. The domestic market itself is just not enough to sustain the sector, or to actually ensure that we can recover the sector quicker, and we can actually maintain and save the jobs that are much needed in our country. The second area is domestic holiday trips. Holiday trips are very important, particularly in sustaining jobs in small businesses. And domestic trips simply means that South Africans actually to take day trips to visit attractions and experiences in and around their own communities, but over and above that, around provinces. I always say that domestic trips is also an important one in provinces, because we can encourage our own citizens in provinces to take a day trip to support that local experience that is there, that local attraction, so that we're able to sustain jobs. So even there, we've seen a decrease of 45.5% less as compared to 2020. Colleagues, this is a slide which we normally share that gives you a sense of what is our revised marketing investment framework. So last year in 2020, during the eye of the storm in terms of the pandemic, we looked at our 44 markets. We said, out of the 44 markets, we really need to look at them and revise them and see which of the markets are going to give us better returns and actually push the sector to recover quite quickly. So we revised our marketing investment framework, and we did a market selection. So from a portfolio of 44, we now moved to 24. This was obviously in consultation with our partners. I'm happy to say that this portfolio has been shared with the province from a provincial tourism authority point of view. So from a land market point of view, we've got 8 Africa land markets that forms part of that portfolio. We call these our defend markets. We've got to defend that, because on a normal year, if I look at 2019, with the 10 million arrivals that we received, 70% of that comes from the continent. And we've got 2 Africa air markets that have made the portfolio, which is Kenya and Nigeria. 3 American markets. In the North Americas, you're looking at Canada and US. And in the South America, you're looking at Brazil. And what we call our bread and butter markets in the Europe region. You've got UK leading the pack, Germany, Netherlands, France, Spain, and Italy. And we've seen a new market emerging, which is Russia. And within the Asian markets, we've got China, India, and Australia. And I must just point out that if you look at this selection that I'm showing, 83% of our holiday arrivals in 2019 came from this selection. And about 77% of MICE arrivals, which is the meetings, incentives, conventions, and exhibitions, all arrivals for 77% of those arrivals came from this portfolio that we're showing. So in total, 92% of our total international arrivals, over and above other markets that we don't actively invest, 92% of our arrivals come from this. And we've barely scratched the surface, and we see potential growth in these markets as well. So how are the markets? How are we going to support these markets from a marketing standpoint? So the 24 MIF priority markets, we're going to actually do a full marketing mix element, deploy in these markets, ensure that we are present where we don't have physical offices. We've got partners on the ground, but also we partner largely with our SA missions, because we believe that heads of missions play an important role in marketing the destination. Domestic marketing, we feel that we have to build resilience and sustainable domestic tourism. Now, gone are the days where we're going to have to look at domestic tourism as a by the way. Here is a market that is now, showing signs of recovery. We've got to, as a collective, say what is it that we do to build a resilient domestic market. So, because we can't control pandemics. So, should something hit us, in 2015 we were hit by Ebola. So, international markets said don't travel to Africa. because Africa is hit by Ebola. But the domestic market and the continent, we were still seeing some sort of arrivals coming from those. So that's the key issue, and Saab spoke to it as well. And the rest of the markets which are not part of the portfolio, these are markets which we feel are very important in building the pipeline. So we're going to support them in any case using the missions, the presence of the missions in those markets, but also developing marketing toolkits and PR communications to ensure that at least we stay top of mind and we can mine them, for future pipeline. And lastly, it's the digital marketplace. What COVID-19 pandemic has done is to accelerate the whole technology, the 4IR and leveraging of digital to reach the rest of the world. So that's what we're going to be doing. I'm not going to deal with this because Sa has already gone into detail in terms of highlighting the key tourism sector recovery plan as approved by Cabinet. But I just wanted to quickly touch base on our operating context, particularly as agencies that are tasked with promoting destination in this pandemic. So we've spoken about the COVID pandemic. Key issue is that the vaccination drive in South Africa is going to be a key driver for people and for consumers to gain confidence in traveling into our destination. And it's going to be so for domestic as well. And you would find that a lot of domestic travelers would actually look at, which provinces got a huge uptake in terms of the vaccination rollout, so that they are comfortable in traveling to those destinations. And the third thing is we've got an imminent fourth wave. So everybody's talking about fourth wave is going to hit us, and we believe that this is a high risk to the recovery. And I need to also mention that travelers are becoming more confident to travel. However, South Africa still remains in the red list. We still have travel advisories, basically from big economies that are sitting as part of our key market portfolio. Airlines are starting to do a comeback, which is a confidence boost. However, they need passengers, so we have to work together with these airlines that are putting up their hands to say we would like to flying back in South Africa. From a domestic point of view, the South Africa school calendar has constantly been adjusted, which is causing uncertainty for domestic tourism execution. So meaning planning becomes an issue for domestic travelers, because we are used to traveling Easter, traveling in the June holidays, for the September ones, and it's got December. So right now, because of the scrambled calendar, it's very difficult for people to plan. We still have legacy barriers as a destination, which fortunately are being addressed with the collective, led by the DG of tourism, and the economy as well. I have to mention it. When South African economy is struggling, it impacts on the economy of the land markets. So when we catch a cold, or when we sneeze, the entire region catches a cold. And the Africa key source markets, the consumers are starting to travel, but that the travel restrictions that have been put. And the last thing that I need to mention, which affects particularly our private sector and our trade partners, is that the traditional trade partners that we have in market particularly, they haven't fully commenced with their activities, which says when are we going to recover, because we rely on travel trade to facilitate for travel. I believe, Honorable MC colleagues in the board chair, there are a couple of things that we need to start thinking about. So I call it the job to be done. We really need to start looking at citizen participation. If we're going to recover, we need everybody, all citizens, to understand the role of tourism, the role it plays in ensuring that our economy recovers, the role that tourism plays to ensure that people get jobs. I mean, the Statistician General has released the unemployment stats. They are not encouraging. So if we get citizens to understand that here is a sector which has got low barrier to entry, how do we support it to ensure that it assists us to recover? The second thing is we have to proactively engage with strategic partners and stakeholders. I think the previous speakers have already spoken about the importance of strategic partners. Gone are the days. I don't think tourism recovery will be led, from a government point of view. We need all the players. We need citizens. We need product. We need private sector. We need ourselves as government to come together and say, how do we proactively push for the sector recovery? The issue around promoting and supporting sector transformation being emphasized. I think we have been talking about issues of transformation. And I think the COVID pandemic gives us an opportunity to say, if we're now starting from scratch, what kind of recovery are we looking for? Are we looking for an inclusive recovery? And if the recovery has to be inclusive, what is it that we need to do? The fourth area that I think is important is we've got to look at market prioritization. We can't be everywhere. We need to focus and say which are those markets that are going to quickly get us to recovery, but also what are the niche groups that are going to give us, or niche sectors that are going to give us a push for recovery, and including the domestic market. The other thing that we need to do is we have to improve our destination brand strength. We have been on the news for wrong reasons, but also there is perception out there on things that could easily be resolved. I mean, we've got travel advisories, we're put on red list, and I have to mention that the recent riots and looting didn't help us, because all that news has landed in our key source markets that are supposed to help us recover. And the last two things are critical. We have to restore consumer confidence and ensure that we engage industry, and ensuring that industry is ready to support the recovery. And all of that are encompassed by the fact that we've got to comply with COVID-19 protocols across the tourism ecosystem. We can't say let's recover and then we're not compliant. And lastly, digital transformation becomes important. Some of the thought starters when it comes to destination development. I think the key issue around citizen participation, it's urgent. Because we can sit in boardrooms and actually come up with grand ideas, but if the citizens do not buy it, we would not be able to win. So we've got to ensure that we educate South Africans on the importance. I've already mentioned that, but most importantly, we ready ourselves as South Africans to welcome these customers into our country. We are the brand ambassadors of this destination. The second thing is, I liked it because when I logged in, the colleague from the private sector was speaking and already giving a sense of what Limpopo has to offer. So that product audit and development becomes critical. We've got to have, what products do we have? If it's in Limpopo, what products do we have in Limpopo that are aligned to consumer needs? So from an SA tourism point of view, because of the studies and the surveys that we do, we'll be able to say consumers from these markets are looking for the following products. And if we have done this audit, we'll be able to say, okay, let's match, let's place. I think it's important for us to do. And lastly, SAR has already covered it. We've got to invest. We have to invest to support the implementation of the Tourism Master Plan. And the third element as a thought starter is around destination enhancements. And I think the department is doing a great job in leading us with all those products that requires maintenance and support. We've got government-owned infrastructure that needs to be maintained and supported, and then marketing. And we can start by domestic tourism, so that those products by domestic travelers and ready them for international. And we've got to earmark community project. So we can't take citizens and not have community projects that helps us to promote transformation. So citizens must actually see themselves participating in the tourism sector. And the other important one is safety initiatives. The so-called legacy barriers. Top of mind is we lose visitors because they're saying, I don't feel safe. So safety initiatives, in collaboration with other government organizations, and issues of route development and quality assurance. I mean, the Tourism Grading Council is there. We need to use it and say, how do we actually ensure that all our provinces, including, in this instance, Limpopo, is quality assured, and that, complies with, quality, assurance standards that are global in nature. And lastly, marketing, market access and work opportunities. So we can't develop and not provide market access. So it's important for us to develop with the end in mind. The end is, how do we create market access for these products that we're now developing? But most importantly, during this process, how do we create jobs and identify, jobs within the destination development space? And I'm almost done, Program Director. The demand creation, I thought, as thought starters, from a domestic point of view, I mean, you've got the Limpopo tourism agency, which is better suited to try and create demand from a domestic point of view, to encourage, citizens in Limpopo to travel their own backyard, so that we begin to sustain the economy of small businesses. And leisure holiday and overnight in provinces, we've got to run campaigns where we're saying, there is product in Limpopo, and I've seen that. Limpopo has product and lovely product. How do we actually ensure that we participate in these, in these campaigns to actually showcase all of it? And with international as well, working with distribution channel and our trade partners to actually showcase what we have to offer. And I think the audit that I've spoken about will give us a sense as to how do we package this information to our distribution channel and trade partners in market to say we still have product that is ready to receive visitors. And digital. I couldn't stress that more, because right now we understand that our government is under fiscal constraint, so we've got to be innovative in how we actually market and promote our destination. And from a MICE point of view, we really have to bid for future events. So MICE actually assists us to build a high pipeline for future. So it's important for us to continue with that bid. And lastly, from a regional travel, I've already stressed that. I'm not going to repeat that. And my last point is, how do we then ensure that we functionally communicate and enable the sector? So it's about provision of information around how we're doing in terms of managing the pandemic, but how are we rolling out the vaccine, and what would be the future requirements for travel. So it's all those things that requires functional communication, with potential travelers, but also the channel that helps us to convert. Lastly, we've got national projects that are supporting the recovery. And now in September, we've got the Africa's Travel and Tourism Conference, which will all the continent to discuss recovery from a continent point of view. We have an opportunity to, with World Expo 2020 Dubai, where as government there is a call to, exhibit at Dubai, in Dubai, and the tourism month is in December, but the exhibition starts now with other sectors of the economy. We've got a global brand campaign, and the global brand campaign is important because one of the key issues that came out, or recommendations of the sector recovery plan, is that we've got to reposition our brand so that it begins to represent what we are, or who we are as South Africa, and how we want the rest of the world to perceive us. And the fourth one is the Global Advocacy Program, which we've gone into partnership with the Tourism Business Council of South Africa to just address issues around perceived barriers and you manage the reputation and working with all the stakeholders to remove South Africa from this red list and all the travel advisories. The other one is international engagement. So what we have is we've got a new Minister of Tourism. We've put together a plan. We said, look, can the minister now begin to engage stakeholders to promote opportunities within South Africa? So that part is happening, led by the department. And we've got business events that we want to host in villages, townships, and small donkeys. And I'm happy to announce that Limpopo also submitted 3 of their small towns to say, here are our small towns where we would like National Association events to be hosted. So for this fiscal, we have 27 towns across the country where all provinces have now put up their hands and say, let's start here so that we can build capability for hosting events. And lastly, we've got enterprise and supply development. I couldn't stress this. We need to come together and say, what is the program that we built together towards contributing to a sustainable sector? So we want to contribute to the development, the sustainability, financially and operational independence of these, small businesses, so that they can participate sustainably in the, in the economy. And in conclusion, I think the socio-economic costs of the pandemic will be visible. It's a visible scar, on the world, but particularly, on South Africa, and it's going to be so for years to come. And I think the task of reviving the country's tourism sector is quite critical, and we've got to work together to ensure that we actually follow up the plan and we execute the plan that has been approved. Tourism in its nature is quite resilient, and it's got that ability to rebound quickly. However, we need to actually work together as a collective to make sure that we've got, we implement this and we lift the barriers, we remove the barriers that are there. And I believe that if we look at the thought starters and other, ideas that have already been put on the table, and if we execute those correctly, we can get our tourism back, on track and back to its former level. Program Director, I'm going to give leave it there. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Dlamini, for a very thought-provoking presentation. And I think now it's time to start the conversation with the members of the panel based on the presentations that has been done. I would like to start first with my acting HOD, Mr. Ratumbo, as the head of department responsible for the economic cluster in the province. Given what has been presented today, what would you reflect as the role of us as Limpopo in economic development, as the practitioners of how we strengthen the enabling capacity to stimulate the growth in the demand? The emphasis has been that we need to make sure that we support the implementation of the recovery plan as a province. I think you are better placed to share with us what is it that we have done as economic development in response to the call of us being on the same tune with the National Department in supporting the recovery of the sector.
Now than any other time that we forge these partnerships so that with the private sector and association and municipalities, so that we are able to increase the scale of those that we support, because the government don't have enough, and therefore it becomes important to engage the pioneers who are in the industry, other agencies as well as the national government, to bring other agencies such as the then we ensure that we support all the individual operators in the whole value chain, and that can only be done with partnership. The second role is the role of the destination market, wherein through our Limpopo tourism agency has got the mandate to ensure that we showcase all Limpopo products in terms of flora, fauna, heritage, culture, the people as well as the spaces, and they are doing it very, very well. And we also say that we know that before COVID set in, we occupied one of the highest position in terms of domestic as well as international arrivals. So we need to do more to ensure that we retain that space for the occupy the space again. I also know for sure that in terms of the regional promotion around tourism, of course, in partnership with the industry, we can do more. We sit next to a very large market called the South African Development Community that contributes more than 300 million. That market needs to be tapped because there are more people who travel by road than by any other means of mode of transport. And they all pass through our borders here in Limpopo and travel almost 400 kilometers to the next province, which is Gauteng. And therefore, ought to tap into this market and use all other intergovernmental platforms to ensure that people can see the beauty of Limpopo, so that they don't only pass on our roads, but they can also tap and enjoy the tourism products that we already have. The second thing is the issue of funding, which I think in terms of the National Tourism Recovery Plan, funding has been provided, and as a province, one of the few that established the Provincial Tourism Fund for almost 10 million. The funding will not necessarily be enough, and therefore we are always trying to mobilize resources at national level, as well as through our partnership with the associations and the agencies. And it becomes important so that we can ensure that we increase the scale of those who benefit from some of the product offerings. And then if I have to go back to the issue of marketing, in particular in terms of the international market and the arrivals, we know that when you visit embassies of perhaps the bigger countries, you always see that it is a hive of activities that not only touch the issues of political diplomacy, but there is a whole lot of around economic diplomacy, around interactions, and spaces are being provided by the embassies. And I think that it is a space which we might want to partner further with the Tourism Association, with the brand South Africa, so that we can actually try and enjoy the first mover advantage in the international space. Now that there is a lull, when the markets start opening, when we have reached population immunity and people are allowed to travel, at least we will have showcased what we have, so that we can benefit in terms of the new normal when the people start moving around. So I'm saying that in terms of enablers, the government has got a role to play, and will continue to play that role, so that we can enhance the offering, the value proposition of Limpopo as a destination of choice. Thank you very much, Professor.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Acting HOD, for giving that reflection. Coming to you, Chifiwa, as the CEO of TBCSA, both presenters has touched on the role that your institution has played in the partnerships that we have with industry. As you reflect on the contents of the presentation, please share with us what the feedback has been from your members on the impact of the COVID in the industry, and how are we coping in doing things differently, and given the challenges that we have on the implementation of the protocols and some of the issues that were raised by Ms. Dlamini on the perception that is on us, and how do we ensure that with the opportunities that are coming from the key or the new source markets that are coming, we get our products ready and prepared, and the support and the interventions that we need to make sure that we are ready when the opportunities present themselves for the international travelers.
Well, thank you very much. Good to be home.
Welcome.
Some of us we were born and bred, and we are from here. This is China. And when you are home, it's different to when you are not at home. So when you're at home, you work. And when you talk about issues, you don't hold back. And sometimes you may not be too diplomatic. But I think, looking at the presentation that have been made, I think the first things that we have to acknowledge is that there has been a devastation of the tourism industry. There are people who lost their lives because they lost their livelihoods. There are people who hanged themselves, took their own lives because of the situation that we find ourselves. And as much as there has been support, I must say it has not been sufficient to sustain the livelihoods of those that have been devastated by this pandemic. And I don't need to tell them how they have been devastated. They have the scars, we have the scars, I have the scars. And I think it's quite important that we acknowledge that as we start with this discussion. Now, when you look at all the presentations that have been made, they largely talk about what we need to do, not necessarily how we need to do it, and what are the outcomes that we need to have once we successfully implement, those things. So I've always attended the Limpopo tourism report. It's probably my second or third one. One of the things that perhaps we need to make a tendency of is to give a feedback on what we have discussed in the past and whether we've achieved what we've discussed. I know that this is, semi-post pandemic, but it's important to reflect on the things that we talked about in the past so that we can give context of where we come from and where we're going and what has been done. Otherwise, more often than not, and I'm talking as someone who was working in tourism for 20 years, I've only worked in tourism. I've studied tourism as my first degree, and I've only worked in tourism in various portfolios. More often than not, we talk about all these things that we're talking about today. I had them when I graduated 20 years ago, in 2000. My first job, we're talking about the same things. How are we going to get people to come to Limpopo? How are we going to get people to come to South Africa? And we've implemented, various things that some of them have been successful, some of them have not been so successful. We've talked about transformation. We've talked about, township tourism and rural tourism. And at the end of the day, if you look at how tourism is done, tourism is a discretionary spend. And you spend your money on things that you want to spend your money on. Then you think of where you're going to be traveling to. And when you think of where you're going to be traveling to, you want to choose the most place that you're not going to regret when you go back home. You're going to say, I had fun. The fact that I've traveled to that place means that I've fulfilled one of those needs that I've had. So it's important that every time when you talk about tourism, it's a discretionary spend. It's not food. Although some may say it is food to them, but it's after you have done all those other things. Someone spoke about the hierarchy of needs. So it's quite important that we keep that in mind, that we are selling to tourists that have choices. They have choices. They don't have to go anywhere if they don't want to go to. It's all about the quality and the product that we put out as a private sector that people buy into and that they want to enjoy. So it's quite important. And during this time of pandemic, and in reflection of the presentation, we need to also take in context the fact that many people lost their jobs. In the tourism space, around 470,000 people lost their jobs. This is in the entire value chain of tourism, both direct and indirect. So now, you're talking about only tourism aspect. There are many other aspects that have lost their jobs. So when people look at their discretionary spend, they start to say, well, do I need to be spending now or later? So we need to keep that in mind, especially for domestic tourism, because it's not enough to sustain the tourism infrastructure that we have here in South Africa. So we also have the issue of the economy of this country, the fact that it's not growing, the fact that we're in recovery mode, the fact that we have riots. It's quite critical that when we talk about all these things, we keep that in mind, that people may not have money to spend. So we need to make it extra special for them to spend the little money that they have in the places that we sell as tourism practitioners. The other part that's quite important in all the recovery that we're talking about, and Stembisa have touched on this, is vaccination. And I'm talking about this now as a tourism family. Now, we have been talking about recovery. There is no recovery if there's no vaccination. It's as simple as that. We can deny vaccination all we want. The tourists that want to come to South Africa from overseas, and also the domestic travelers, will look at us and say, have you vaccinated enough people to cover us if we come to the country? If we can deny it, we can say things about vaccination, but the reality for us in tourism is that those that want to travel to South Africa, they are fully vaccinated, majority of them. They want to go to a place where they feel safe. And we have a double whammy. Now, if we are not vaccinated, so we are not safe in vaccination. Number two, we've got high crime. So we've got double safety issues. So we need to deal with the one that we can control faster. and we need to deal with it now, and this is the vaccination part of it. So the recovery is very much intertwined with with the vaccination progress of this country and how we in the tourism sector, especially in the front line, grab the opportunity to be vaccinated and be the first ones in line. The first lodge to come out and say all our staff are vaccinated, believe me, first mover advantage, the Germans, the Brits, and everyone else who's allowed to come to South Africa, they will start to book that particular place because they know that everyone in that place is vaccinated. So all I'm saying is that we can talk about recovery. If we are not vaccinated, and if we're not taking up this opportunity, we'll be sitting here next year talking about the same things, with the same number of jobs that are lost, if not more, and various livelihoods destroyed. So we need to keep that in mind. Not to take up the space, the last part before the gentleman next to me talk about. Our recovery as a country, it's driven by how well we do overseas and how well we do locally. It's up to Limpopo to take advantage and put together experiences and products that tourists can be able to enjoy. It's not good enough to have one product in one place because no one is going to travel from overseas to come to Limpopo unless if they're a specialist tourist and go to my village in Venda there in Manamani and go and say, well, I'm just going to go and visit this village. It has to be multiple experiences so that the itinerary can be longer. It can be 2 or 3, 4 days. People can go to various areas. One thing that we have not done justice to as the private sector in this province, we have not put together a tour of Limpopo in winter, because there's no winter here. There's winter elsewhere in the country. It's always hot up here. But why can't we put together tours whereby those that want to travel to South Africa and enjoy the warmth of the country, they can come to the northern part of the country? We still are, and I'm talking as a homeboy, we are still dependent on tourists, who go to the south of the country to come to the north of the country. Why can't they start in the north of the country? What are the products that we're putting out? It's one thing to talk about, rural tourism. If you don't have a quality accommodation, tourists are going to pass through, spend 10 rand and go spend 100 rand, come and spend 100 rand in Polokwane. It's one thing to say that, but it's one thing to put it in practice and make sure that the products are quality. Remember, tourism is discretionary spend. We buy what we want to buy. We don't buy what we are told to buy. So we must sell it and make it quality. So it's important that as we talk about this report and investment and collaborations, to make sure that the investment in quality products is there, the support for those products to go ahead and be able to sustain themselves is there. Because you can only sustain these products by visiting them. But you've got to create fun, because tourism is fun. A lot of people look at us and say, I saw this when we were doing lots of negotiation through NEDLEC and government of reopening the sector. A lot of people look at us and say, well, but you are fun, stay in a hotel, restaurant, and eat good food and so forth and so on. But that's our industry. It's fun. If you don't create fun, people don't travel. They won't come into the establishments. But that fun has to be enjoyed by the people who live in Limpopo first, in Polokwane, in Tzaneen, in everywhere else first. Then it will attract people coming from Gauteng. It will attract Mpumalanga. It will attract international visitors. But the quality of support has to be there. It's not a once-off investment. It's a long term. Thank you.
But maybe, Chief, before I pass on to Gerard, you are active in the social media space. And one of the things on the comments that I've always seen when we put out there through our LTA platform some of the products that are available, the critical concern becomes the pricing issue. What is your reflection in terms of the pricing and this perception or the narrative that domestic tourism is expensive?
Well, the issue of pricing have been debated for quite a number of years. And there's always been this issue of the price of certain lodges that are more expensive or unaffordable to local travelers. There's a beautiful thing about South Africa is that we have a variety of products that fits every budget category. So you have products that are 1-star, products that are 2-star, 3-star, 5-star, deluxe, and many other things that attach to those products. Now, there's a service standard that goes with those products. And there are employees that are there, the input cost and everything else that's attached to that. That determines the price of that particular product, including the list of the land and many other things that goes with it. Now, pricing, in most cases, is the product of supply and demand. And we've seen this now with the pandemic, where those that were priced for international market adjusted their pricing to make sure that they can get as many people as possible to get the wheels of that establishment to start rolling. Now, in most cases, it may not be ideal for them. However, they had to do it to get people back at work, and so that the doors don't get rusty, and there's continuation in business. When we look at the price, we need to look at input cost. It's impossible for any establishment to lower their prices if ESCOM price is going up, if municipality rates are going up, and many other water prices are going up. So we need to be cognizant of that. Another thing that's quite interesting is that we tend to look at this when we look at tourism. We look at the price of tourism products as something that's unaffordable. We don't do that with cars. But we know that if you have a budget of 100,000, you're going to buy a 100,000 rand car. If you want to buy a million rand car, you're going to buy a million rand car. That's why there are different brands of vehicles with different services and qualities and different things that you can enjoy. Some of them are esteem type of enjoyment. So you go and buy that. So all I'm saying is that as much as there are prices that are deemed to be unaffordable, let's look at the value. And let's look at the value that we derive and the enjoyment that we get out of it. In terms of whether those prices are going to come down, it's a subject of supply and demand. And we can't control that. All we can do is to pump as many people coming into South Africa, build as many products as possible, make sure that they have variety. But if the whole market wants a 3-star product and they want to pay a 3-star price, we've seen this. We've seen this in Cape Town, as an example, where a lot of hotels started to charge 3-star pricing, even if they were 5-star. But what does that do to the 3-star price hotel? It means that now you have to price yourself as a 1-star. It means that you have to share the employees. We've seen this. So price, it's an interesting subject matter. We tend to sort of debate it, but the Competition Commission will not allow us to set prices. We'll get in trouble if we get involved in the discussions of how they should be pricing. But it's supply and demand. There has been concerns. We do hope that as time goes on, we're able to afford those vacations the way we want them. Let's remember, it's also aspiration. We want to go to those products that feel will give us the best.
Thank you so much. Gerald, being the chairperson of LPTA, just also give your reflection on what has been presented, but key of what has been emphasized by both STE and SA has been partnerships. And I know how you have been dragging us as a department, as LTA, and all the associations in Limpopo to get together to ensure that we really do what is important. Your reflections?
Thank you. I think we can go to Pick n Pay and maybe ask them to give us R2 bread. Then people can come to the rest of the industry and get cheaper accommodation. So tit for tat. Anyway, thank you, Program Director. I want to acknowledge everyone from the industry here. No industry, no government. So thank you for everyone joining today. It's been a difficult year and a half, coming up to 2 years. So from an industry point of view, we did experience a little bit of misconceptions and everything at the beginning. When COVID hit, a lot of people in the industry was lost. We didn't know where to turn, who to talk to. I'm quickly reflecting back to my time when I was in London and I was part of the Olympic planning committee, not the big one with Princess Anne, small here down, we were little mice. But as soon as we heard we won the bid, the hotel that I represented, within 24 hours, a whole area already knew how we will react. And that's a good communication strategy. So for the past 4.5, 5 years of the perception of LPTA, with the help of LEADET and LTA, we have been talking about communication. And this is even prior to COVID, if I can say. So ultimately, communication will lead us going forward to get better value for money for our clients and all of that. But something that I've seen as well, and I'm standing in the middle. I'm standing between government and I'm standing between the industry. We do struggle as an industry sometimes to come together. We're not saints. The industry are not saints. There's infighting. People want to get on top. They want to be best friends with the right people in government to get the right business. We all know this. So at the end of the day, we don't come together and stand together and uplift each other. And at the end of the day, SMMEs are getting the grunt of it. They don't get the proper support that they want. Events are being held, and then afterwards questions are asked, but here we are in the same area as the event, and we didn't even know about it, and we weren't even informed about it. So talking about partnerships, it's key. We need to know as an industry where government is going, what the plans are. This 24-hour notification there's a meeting tomorrow morning ain't cutting it, okay? And I've been talking about it, Marilda has been talking about it. But honestly, and I'm as my colleague here is going to be direct, I'm going to be direct. We need to know where we're going. So I want to challenge today, Mr. Tapela, to give us an answer on the CEO going forward. Not every 6 months having a CEO. We love Moss, okay, I want him there. But the industry is complaining to me, saying we want a permanent CEO. So it's a challenge. I know there's other challenges, and I'm doing it over here. But let's have someone that we can work with going forward. Let's have a bilateral agreement that each month we have information that's shared with us, that we know as an industry where we're going forward. We want to promote everyone. So we want to also ask that LEADET and everyone gets on board to help with our districts and our municipalities. I'm sitting currently with the LED manager, I'm not mentioning the municipality, who did not even know he's got accommodation in his municipality. They've just built a brand new tourism information center, and they didn't know how to approach their places. So money is being spent on tourism development, but training and skills development is not being given. So that's really, really important for us to grow forward. And lastly, in terms of the tour for winter, we've been trying that. So I'm going to be challenging some of my colleagues who are sitting here today, other chairpersons, to come up with a plan that we've started 2 years ago already, that hasn't come to fruition, to do something like that. The industry needs to get together when there's a call for something. When there's a call from LTA to say, let's promote your products, we've got the platforms, we've got the followers, send the information, because if you don't send the information, we can't say we're not being helped. But from government, just give us the information, we'll do that. Thank you for all the hard work also. I need to congratulate today, especially LEADET, the MEC, all the people part of the only province having a provincial relief fund for those who didn't get relief. I had 2 people of many who phoned me during COVID saying, I don't have food, Gerard. My family is starving. People who've lost their homes and lost their livelihoods. I'm dealing with this type of things, and I'm sure you're also dealing with this, where people are screaming to you, and I'm grateful for the money that came in to help these people. Even if it was little, 10,000, 20,000, 50,000, it helped going a long way. I want to congratulate the industry as well for new properties opening currently. There's new properties coming. One of them just off the top of my mind, Cheerio Gardens with glamping coming now. They're just opening now on the 1st of September. There's growth coming, people. But let's stand together to do that. And we're here. Let's do it.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Gerard. Te, I hope I still have you on the line, Stembile. I wanted to get some parting shots from her before I come back to those that I'm with you. Okay. Any parting shots from your side, Mr. Blau, based on some of the key questions and some of the challenging things that we need to do as Limpopo?
I've got so much on my mind, but let me say this, that it's to do when people don't look, they don't watch what you're doing. It's from within. And you know, we can have the greatest strategies on paper, but if you don't work at that every day towards a goal, you'll never get there. You know, we've talked about plan, do, review, and I agree with the speaker. You know, we often don't go back and look in the mirror and say, have we really done what we set out to do? But here's what I believe in. I believe that there's enough people out there that want to make a change, that wants to make Limpopo successful, and it's making sure that their voices get heard. And you know, I stand up in the morning with one simple thought every morning, and I challenge government to do the same. I look in the mirror and I say to myself, good day, you are unemployed this morning. And then I go out and I make the most of that day to make sure that I stay employed. And we owe that because 3 out of 10 South Africans today don't have a job. And I cannot for one moment think what I must tell my children if I couldn't feed them. And for us that have the luxury of being in a lekgotla like this, that has been given the ownership, let's call it leadership, we owe it to those 3 out of 10 that don't have a job today to make something about tourism, because that's why I got involved. I think it's the best job creator that this country has on offer.
Thank you. Any concluding remarks from your side, Bo, on the vertical cooperation, how we can work collaboratively with yourselves as a national department in implementing the recovery plan?
Okay, thank you. Look, I think it's about doing the painstaking hard work it may not sometimes seem as if we are achieving much on a kind of short-term basis, but ours really is to every day do the work that we're connected to doing. We do have institutional arrangements to try and implement this, and every day we are engaging our counterparts at national level. A lot of behind the scenes work, if you like, but I think it's really about that, those small incremental steps that we keep taking, working with various partners, and constantly talking to our stakeholders so to understand the challenges, and constantly advocating for this sector, because this is a sector sometimes that is not properly understood by some stakeholders. So it's about constantly advocating, constantly identifying or showing the links between what others do and our work, and really advocating for the first the recovery now and the ultimate goal of the sector. So yeah.
Thank you. Chifiwa?
Well, I think there are a couple of things that we need to do right. There has to be collaboration across government. And we'll talk about the whole of government approach. Here in Limpopo, we're sitting with the airport that's not working. We need to fix that. How we do it, it has to be done. We have other issues that we're working on at the national level, on the policy side, be it the EVs, national public transport regulation that needs to be fixed so that people can get their permit for the vehicles that they bought, that currently are not having problems there. We need to deal with the health situation in terms of digital vaccine passports, which we are dealing with, our meetings with NetLink, and presenting to NetJoints this afternoon, tomorrow as well, to make sure that we get something out of that. And of course, we need to do the work of marketing it, demand, creating demand, and so forth and so on. Within the province, and I've said this everywhere that I've gone, when we build infrastructure, and I'm going to make an example. So I'm from Banda Dam, close to Nangoni Dam. When we build the dam, we build it as the dam. We didn't think that there's going to be tourism activities around the dam because we are not integrated. So we could have built the dam with a viewing deck so that people can go and walk on the viewing deck and they can be married there, take pictures and so forth and so on. We could have done that if we're integrated and say, wait a minute, we're building a dam, but how do we make sure that we build it with other things in mind, where the boat's going to be docking, and so forth and so on. So what I'm saying is that when we build these things, whether it's the block of offices, it has to be integration because tourism lives everywhere. If we don't have integration, we do it later, and then we say, well, oops, we forgot that, this road will have buses, and we need to have a space for the buses to drop off people. Integration, and collaboration. We need to do that. And we need to do that in the province. Any province that does that successfully, will see a lot of domestic tourism happening. Because the dam that's big, if it was built with a viewing dam, it's a tourism attraction on its own. But again, what kind of water is building a dam? Public rights for them, it's a dam. We're giving that for water. So we need to integrate in that space. We spoke a little bit about the regional organizations. So some of the things that we do, and this is the next problem that we're going to be facing, is that in South Africa we're advocating that we vaccinated travelers to be able to travel here without PCR tests. Now, the question is that if you travelers that want to go to other parts of the region and they want PCR tests in Zimbabwe, they want another one in Zambia, another one in Botswana, the travelers are not going to want them. Doing some work with the region, because in the suburbs of terror, there hasn't been any action to remedy the situation. We need to have comprehensive regional strategy that deals with how to handle the COVID situation across the southern region. So that's another work that needs to be done. Because travelers don't have money to do PCR tests all the time because they want to cross the border. I'm sure you've seen the less number of people traveling, across the Zimbabwean borders because they can't afford to do a PCR test. But what is the regional strategy when it comes to that? East Africa is going to do it, and if they do it successfully, believe me, everyone is going to start to go to East Africa. All the source markets that we talked about, if Tanzania, Kenya, Uganda, say Rwanda does it correctly, they're going to be going there. The same thing is going to happen in West Africa. And we're seeing this now with the situation that we can discuss on digital vaccine certification. If we do not verify digital, what I'm saying is that the card that we get is good for us. It's not good for the world. It's good for our own records. But we need to have something that's digital that we're going to be able to put up. You can have it on your phone. When you go to a restaurant, you can say, I'm vaccinated, this is my record, and so forth and so on. If others are able to do it, you've seen what's happening in London, if you watch the English media, soccer and whatnot, people are going to stadium, digital verification. We've seen with New York, spent 4 years living there. When they did the New York concert, digital vaccine. Nigeria has it. Let's say we are open, digitally verified. And we're going to be giving the concert welcome. Only those that are vaccinated, everybody's going to look there. First mover advantage is critical here. And for tourism, even more critical because we're going to lose a year of bookings if we don't do something about it. So that's another piece of work that we need to do fast. And that's what we can push for. Employees within tourism, I know the pain that you've been going through with the UIFTS program. It's been a painful monster. I finished a meeting last night. I think I drove all the way. When I got here around 6:30, it was a 3-hour meeting. I think I blew my truck twice and had to cool off for a little bit. The UIF is there. We've negotiated far and wide to make sure that we get extension of extension of extension because of the restrictions. But it's painful. I just want you to know that we're working on it. And hopefully we get it sorted out once and for all, because it's no longer serving its purpose. It's supposed to be temporary employee scheme for short term, for now, not for 6 months later. Because 6 months later, what have you been eating now? Because some people haven't been paid for a long time, so we know you're paying. But from this gathering, I think that we need to take stock. Any support that has been given to any businesses, I think we need to showcase those businesses when it comes. They need to tell us how they've been. We need to see the progress. We need to see where the investment is. We need to see the return on that investment. We need to see how we can support further and to make sure that there's continuation. One thing that pains me is that for the past 20 years, when we started to talk about transformation and funding transformation, there's hardly 10 companies that we can pinpoint at and say these are the companies that we funded 20 years ago, and they're doing so well. I'm not saying they remain hidden gems. For how long are they going to be hidden gems? For how long? We remain small business forever. So there has to be movement. There has to be graduation process. So there has to be a mechanism where we can report and say, are the efforts that we're putting in working or not? And if they're not working, we need to change. Because it pains when you're looking at it and say, well, we're talking about transformation. We'll talk about it for the next 20 years. Our children are going to blame us. They're going to point fingers at us because there's nothing that we do to advance the agenda. There has to be reporting back. It can't be talking as usual. Thank you.
Thank you. My HOD?
Thank you very much, Program Director. I think that let me touch firstly on what Mr. Chibengwa has talked about in terms of the operationalization or normalization of the airport. The government understands the centrality of the airport in terms of the tourism sector, and we are working very hard that we deal with all the findings that were raised by the Civil Aviation Authority. To an extent that that process is almost ending, and then in September we are planning to have to resume the normal operations there. And one of the things that are being discussed here is that in order to sustain the tourism sector and reignite demand, as per all the recovery strategies, both provincial and national, I think I just follow up with in terms of what everybody is saying. There is a need for partnership at all spheres of government with the tourism sector in terms of product owners, the association, both provincial and nationally, and everybody else who has got interest in the tourism sector. That is the only way in which we'll emerge triumphant from the way in which we find ourselves at the moment. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And I'm happy that we are concluding these discussions on the conversation around airlift and access. As when you look at on your programs, it's the next session that we will be having the conversation around the infrastructure issues. We do have the moderator for that session, and we have some preparatory work that we have done with GAL. I'm hoping that the panel members will remain after the session to continue with those conversations. And from my side, I would like to thank everyone. As much as we are challenged to expand on the product in terms of diversifying, in my other head, I'm responsible for environmental affairs. When we build those products on the dams, Chifiwa, there's some regulatory compliance that we need to take care of, but as a department, we are able to support and give guidance where it is necessary so that we can still have sustainable tourism as well being implemented. And thank you very much. I'm handing over back to you, my chairperson, and thank you very much to everyone for your participation.
Thank you, Metluwani and the panel that made the presentation. Our approach would be that at some point we'll receive some of the presentations that have been done so that we can engage with them, because they are providing a good guidance and a basis for engagement. And I think at some point we will need, when we have had this type of inputs, that we should also allow some members who are here that have been invited to ask questions or make some input, because it will help. Because it will be of no use for this to be a Lekgotla when we don't have an opportunity of having a festival of ideas, of agreeing and disagreeing, but still remain friends. And I think that we have pulled this Lekgotla together because we believe that in togetherness we will be able to have a combined knowledge that will make us all successful and continue to develop tourism. So I think those who are then coming to be moderators, we will then be able to begin to do that. Maybe later when we do the closing for today, we will allow members of the industry that are here, if particularly on the tourism recovery initiatives and the tourism growth, to get some inputs. There have been very interesting notions raised by the previous panel. I have no opinion now about them until that time. And I think you also need to prepare yourself so that you can then engage, because it will help us that by tomorrow, when we are saying that this becomes part of our way forward, there would have been a bit of that engagement. The session that now is going to run, it's about the strategic intervention enablers that are relevant to facilitating ease of access. And I think the previous session highlighted the issue of air access. Now, without much ado, can I take this opportunity to invite Sibongumuza Ngidi from the NDT, who is the moderator, and she will then lead us in that particular session. Come back, my sister. For the record, I still remember you, so it's fine.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks very much, Chair, for that. I was hoping for a bit of a break. The previous session was quite taxing, but I'm ready to go with this particular session. We have hopefully all the members that are identified on the program. Ms. Kudeik from DTCS, Matume from AXA, Mr. Manyakwana from ATNS, and Mr. Rood Mr. Bernard from Eastgate Airport from Hoedspruit, and also Ms. Thompson from Airlink. The technical guys have also just asked that you allow them to mic them. Sorry, to mic you before you come up to the stage. Do we actually have these colleagues? Okay. We, is Mr. Muluto also here? Okay, okay, great. I think just to give a slight context, which has already been given to an extent, to the issue of airlift. Airlift, some use the term air access to the destination, but it's really about the simple requirement for travelers who want to come to a destination. Firstly, to come to the destination if they are in air market, but also to then be able to move around in the destination. So if you look at South Africa as a destination, it is big enough for people to fly within the country, but also people need to firstly fly into the country before they actually fly within the country. So in the NTSS, we actually identify ease of access as one of the pillars of the strategy, the air access one, because as we market the destination, we need to also make sure that people can in fact then arrive here, but also they can arrive here as seamlessly as possible. Nobody really wants to travel a journey where they have to, hop onto one plane and hop onto another one, before they go, they actually reach the destination. So the ideal thing is for people to travel by air. So you need your air access to be sufficient, the capacity in terms of frequency, but also you need as few connections as possible to actually be connecting the destination. May I then call upon Mr. Mloto to come give us the presentation, and as members of the panel are ready, they can also come to join the stage. Thank you. Can members of the panel on airlift come up to the stage? We know that we're quite close to lunchtime, but we'll try and manage the session so that it's not too taxing. Yeah? Sorry about this, we shouldn't be too much longer.
And I thought this was a better now They say they can't have the, let me have mine here. They say they don't have theirs. Yeah, they can't have theirs now. They have to be for it.
Okay, just to explain, in terms of the panel, we have two members who are joining us virtually. That's Erling and AXA. And then we have on the stadium, here on the podium, sorry, Mr. Munyakwana from ATNS and Ms. Kudek from DTCS. So we're just going to run the session now. We are just trying to get connected here in terms of the presentation. There's a slight problem. The presentation is not available to be loaded. So we're just dealing with that. We shouldn't be too much longer. Apologies.
Good day, colleagues, and the apology for the technical glitch. I'm happy that it's now cleared. The Program Director, our Honorable Premier in absentia, MEC Mukoni, MEC Sekwati, our Speaker of the Municipality of Polokwane, and of course, my own MEC Lirule Ramakanya, and of course, our Chairperson of the Board of GAL, who is participating virtually. I'm happy to kickstart my presentation by acknowledging the acting HOD of LIDET, who defended GAL when we were not yet on the stage. And thank you very much. Let's start. As you those will be our table of contents, which I'm not going to be going through them. Let's continue. And yeah, I've seen my colleagues standing here. I was worried what was happening. Now I see and the same is happening with me. I wonder, I can't see there properly, and unfortunately, my presentation, Mr. Mkabela, come over this side, so that we can kickstart. I can't be able to read over there, but Mr. Mkabela is here to. Colleagues and our leadership here, I believe that this is not supposed to be giving you jitters about the issue raised earlier on by our acting HOD from the Department of Leader to say we will be flying soon. Now, when you are grounded, it normally takes time. Earlier on, I was talking to colleagues about the new technology in the aviation industry. They are seated there about the VTOL, which talks about the current technology on how to take off and to land. They say that can be done vertically as we, yeah, thank you very much. Without any further ado, look, the issue here is about introducing how the air transport system is going to be able to serve both the economic and our social development of the province. And with regards to the airlift strategy in the province of Limpopo, we identify some of the key issues that we need to handle as we need to get successful with regards to this strategy. The purpose of this presentation, of course, is to give direction and guidance with regards to the aviation industry in the province, with our objectives revolving around expanding our current capacity and ensuring that we expand with regards to freight and passenger requirements. And of course, we all know that at a strategic level, we always say that we are well located. I'm happy that colleagues were hinted on the matter regarding us being where you don't find the winter that you find in the south. Hence, we're talking about the geographic realities of the aviation in Limpopo, which of course links with the weather conditions when it's winter in this part of the country. But of course, the aviation situation in Limpopo is relatively complex, given the fact that we have a few locations, of course, 9 of them within the province, where we were considered for these tactical aviation strategies, and for the location of the most appropriate strategy was identified in this regard. If you look at the name of GAL, it encompasses not only the Polokwane International, but we've got quite a number. If you can look at the list there, the airports within the province, which of course some are, as you can see, are grounded, are not working. If you look at Giani, you have Hoedspruit as one of the airports which are currently working quite well. As you look at the overall strategy that we have to look at with regards to improving our situation and linking everything. Here are some of the key factors to consider with regards to what the aviation industry requires in our province. Among the key issues is our distance to be flown, the sizes of the aircrafts, your sizes of fleet, and all these issues revolve around the decision to operate. If we have to operate efficiently and sufficiently, the issue of supply and demand is very key. But those are the factors that one may consider in the process of ensuring a good strategy for aviation in our province. Now, as you look at may we please move? As we look at the routes which are being utilized currently, we are located strategically in the northernmost part of the country, meaning that as some of the presentations were made, any of the key areas which have been identified, almost all of them, because you see, most of the world, and particularly the countries who have been able to access wealth than others, which will be the rich north, they all via our province before they go to the south. Now, with regards to indication of these routes, we are indicating the existing and potential domestic routes, which link, of course, with our international location, because we are well located within the southern Africa. Now, of course, as we go on, as I've already hinted regarding the southern Africa, can you continue? The potential routes regarding our regional routes, you can see them there. We've got a lot of potential linking the countries which are very attractive with regards to the tourism, which is the sector that we have to support. And of course, the key issue in the aviation industry is safety. Now, ensuring airports and airfields in the province adhere to ensuring that they adhere to minimum safety standards. We really have to look at all these safety standards with regards to improving our situation. Now, we have to investigate the charges and levies of the airport as compared to others if we have to be competitive. Of course, we do have an implementation plan for safe flying Limpopo with regards to all the airports that you find, and that are both public and private airports. Of course, the GAL plays a key strategic role there, but I want to concentrate here with regards to the issue in terms of passengers per month, with regards to the following years, 2019, 2020, and 2021. As you all know, with the new normal, we're badly affected by what was happening there. We couldn't have the passenger passengers coming to the utilization of our airports as we did in the previous 2 years. Now, here is something which is very key. If you look there, we have quite a few destinations that we link with as a province, but the key one there which we have to look at is our Johannesburg and Cape Town. One of the issues there about the connecting with Cape Town, because you see Cape Town is one of our, if you look at our final destinations, Cape Town is one of our key areas that people use our airport in order to reach. Now, here is where we need to be informed by how do we need to, strategize in ensuring that we even have possibilities of linking with these destinations which are being identified here with regards to how we link with all other airports, as you see there, with the different levels of activity and number of passengers. And again, traffic flow between Airlink, Mango, and SA Express was largely due to SAA distribution code. There is a notable share of demand between Polokwane and local coastal cities such as Durban. Of course, I've already hinted on that. Now, the Polokwane International Airport traffic update. If you look there, in 2019, with regards to capacity, our capacity is expected to be restored from September up onwards, as the acting HOD, Department of Leader, my colleague has already indicated. If we assume that there will be less COVID-19 restrictions as we go forward, we are going to see us rebounding back to our previous glorious periods. Now, supply and demand with regards to the overview of Polokwane International Airport. You can see there again, this information is coming once more regarding our destinations, having Johannesburg, Cape Town as the leaders of the pack. Now, as we look at our five daily on, like on Monday to Friday, with an average of base tickets price just above the $80 US, and Johannesburg and Johannesburg and Cape Town with costing about $300 US. If you look at these prices, it makes us affordable with regards to the supply of this service of flying from Limpopo to other areas within our country. Now, there's a cargo opportunity, a huge one for Polokwane International. Considering its strong agricultural base, Polokwane International should be positioned as a cargo port, especially with regards to fresh produce and meat for international markets, which of course works as a support for our own tourism sector, with suggestions as follows: collaboration and coordination with key agricultural association, unions in the province to promote potential air freight. Trade missions to promote airlift and potential agriculture to address food security. Of course, the issue of logistics is very key in the endeavor to build Polokwane as a regional logistics hub. Of course, the alignment with special economic zones, as was alluded to with earlier presentation or presentations which have been given, with tourism being looked at specifically as an enabler for, among others, the development of routes and linkages with other sectors. Now, if you look at the proposal, the proposed airlift framework approach, we will look at the various sectors. As we all know that the province has 3 key sectors. Of course, tourism as one which is key there. We've got mining, we do have tourism, and we do have agriculture, which I've already alluded to. Now, here we need to increase our traffic in order to expand the available opportunities for tourism. With regards to air traffic navigation services, Air Traffic and Navigation Services Company, SOC Limited, is South Africa's state-owned limited liability company established in 1994 by the Act. And of course, we also partner, among others, with AT&S as a key partner in the life of the airport. Now, these airports, of course, they've got an economic role to play if we have to make any impact on the social and development requirements, of course, and the economic requirements of our province. We look here at intra-provincial travel. Of course, we look also at Limpopo, how the inter-provincial travel. Of course, Limpopo Mpumalanga inter-provincial travel, Limpopo Zimbabwe regional travel, Limpopo Botswana regional travel. Of course, as I'm going to continue with this list, you see that linkage of the heartland of Southern Africa, looking at Limpopo, linking with Malawi, and of course, Zimbabwe as our neighbor, linking with Zimbabwe, Mozambique, again with Zambia as part of the countries which we can easily link in a very affordable manner. Air travel primarily consists of passenger, which consists of business, leisure, tourism, and private travel. Of course, cargo and or freight. The airports that we having in the province, and with specific reference to Polokwane International, the key thing here is that they have to play an economic role if they have to mean anything to the lives of the people of the province. Now, again, as you look in terms of our location and the available airports within the province, as you look in the west, we have Botswana, in the north, Zimbabwe, in the right, we do have Mozambique. We're going to look here at the Limpopo Airport's airfield network. That's what the map is showing there with regards to the main airports, your local airports, and our airstrips, which are available and which have to link up and build with regards to the capacity we're currently having as an international airport. Now, of course, with all these plans and this strategy around the airport, we need to look at the air traffic movements. Now, with regards to movements, that's the movements that we need to improve with regards to linkage between all the airports that are found within the province, as I alluded to, both public and private. Now, we also looked at the issue of availability of air services. Availability of air services is affected by various factors. As you may know, airport of airfields development plans is required as part of an airlift strategy. Development plans of airports, airfields, and or airstrips can only be achieved through integrated planning for both public and private partnerships. Well-maintained airports and airfields allows for introduction of services by airlines and other operators. Of course, a study of movement of people and goods is encouraged by the air services that are available. They need to support special operations such as air ambulance services. We has been identified, inclusiveness of the air transport system in terms of the access of communities. There's also a huge market for air transport if one considers the Johannesburg and Polokwane city with regards to whether you utilize the road and so on. But of course, it is easier to travel using the air than the road. And therefore, we are encouraging our tourists to, particularly all the sector players, to start building towards ensuring that within the packages that we have developed, that we are having, the issue of linking all the areas that have been identified on which can be visited, as hinted on the earlier presentations. We need to bring the air as one of the linking strategy there. Of course, this high level diagnostic view assists in order to identify the weaknesses and strengths in order to grow from strength to strength. And with regards to the key milestones, Polokwane International Airport is to return to operation as soon as possible. Of course, the second issue, the mechanisms and methods of funding public airports has to be revisited to ensure adequate funding. Maintenance program of the Polokwane International Airport infrastructure to be concluded and approved at appropriate levels of funding and be made committed, especially areas impacting on certification of the airport by the South African Civil Aviation Authority. Stability in terms of airport management and operations is one of the key milestones that we have identified. A progressive approach to growing industry through airlift strategy be adopted in line with air transportation needs of the province. We have identified that as one of our key milestones. Extend air transport as a mode of travel to the people and thereby alleviating pressure on our roads. Of course, the lesser we travel by road, the safer our roads and the lesser the potholes. Coordinated developments of these airports, airfields and airstrips, of course, they are part of our overall strategy and our key milestones. Integrated planning and facilitation of air transport is key. So we want to elevate this activity to a higher level. Airlift strategy must find ways of attracting and retaining skilled and expert resources to manage and operate these facilities of our economic machinery. And of course, policy framework to enable airport and air services business operation is one of our key milestones. As I conclude, air transport has been adversely affected by the COVID-19, as we may all know. And of course, recovery and growth of this sector will require a commitment and dedication from both public and private stakeholders working together in ensuring that new routes and new activity with regards to tourism, the tourism sector in particular, is worked together. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mloto, for that very useful presentation. It basically lays the context for the upcoming discussion that we're going to have. The state of play in terms of the aviation sector in Limpopo, or the sector that the aviation capacity that's servicing Limpopo, You also highlighted some of the challenges that you face in this area as a province. And I suppose the big question is, what is the realistic aviation capacity for Limpopo? We do not need to answer it now. I would like to now call on the province to be the next speaker. Elmian is representing DTCS. Very brief comments, really. It's not a full presentation, just a brief intervention from her. And while she's doing that, can we line up Madume from AXA so that the hybrid thing can work hopefully smoothly? And then I will take Josiah afterwards from ATNS. We then have Michelle from A-Link also online. But if you can just prepare Madume whilst Emaine is making her input. Thank you.
Good afternoon, the MEC for LEDIT as well as MEC Treasury. All protocol observed, and good afternoon to colleagues, good afternoon to all stakeholders. I will look into the realities of commercial aviation very briefly. Mr. Moloto has already issued the whole issue around demand. Now, the first consideration for an airliner to enter into a province or into a country is demand. It's absolutely very critical that there is indeed a demand for them before they consider whether to fly into, like for instance, your Polokwane International Airport, which is the international airport in the province. And low-cost carriers requires at least 80% load factor. It means at least 80% of their seats must be occupied. Otherwise, they operate at a loss. And most airline operators need about 110 passengers per flight on a twice daily. And that means around 80,000 passengers per annum is required to make it viable. And if we look into Polokwane International Airport, for instance, we are not exceeding 70,000 passengers per annum. That was the highest figure we had previously, and that was approximately 5, 6, 7 years ago. Currently, we are operating before COVID-19, it was around 50,000 passengers per annum. So you can see that there's not an actual demand, and demand is being stimulated by activity. There should be activities around an airport to attract aviation or airlift or airline operators to operate to that specific airport. And I think that is where we have to cooperate and integrate our efforts with tourism for that matter, to see how best we can stimulate demand. It was earlier mentioned in the tourism presentations, the whole issue around packages. Can't we develop packages around the airports that are operating and active in the province to stimulate also? Because although airlift or air services is an enabling access to a province or to a country, but on the other hand, the activities in that country or in that province also stimulate air services. So I think that is very important that we must look into. We have, it was mentioned, we have 3 airports in Limpopo that are currently active, that are operating, except now for Polokwane International Airport, which has been downgraded, and hopefully we will reach the September deadline to reopen the airport for scheduled flights. Your smaller flights can still land at the airport. It's only that Airlink cannot operate to Polokwane International Airport at this stage. We have the airport in Palaborwa, the Kruger Gateway Airport, and then Eastgate Airport. And I think we all know that Eastgate Airport is doing very well in terms of passenger numbers, because they are a tourism destination. So there is a demand, international guests, there's international developments around Hoedspruit. So that is why Hoedspruit is doing well at this stage. And then SA Express used to service Hoedspruit from our Tambo to Eastgate, as well as a route. They also had a route to Cape Town. That service was taken over by Airlink at the end of the day. Key factors that are limiting growth of commercial aviation in Limpopo. Polokwane International Airport, as I've mentioned already, limited demand. The high fares between our Tambo and Polokwane limit also the demand because it's extremely expensive. Short distance from our Tambo makes it more expensive. The shorter the distance, the more expensive it becomes. And we are competing with an N1, which is quite convenient to travel on. And that is the challenge that we are sitting with. And we are only 300 kilometers away from an OR Tambo, which is a huge airport. And it has been proved that if an airport or a secondary airport is within a shorter distance or within a distance of 300 kilometers, it's not actually viable from your big airport. And we all know that OR Tambo is an international airport and a huge airport that is dealing with a lot of flights daily. And so that is also having an effect on the airports in especially the Polokwane International Airport. There was several attempts from low-cost airliners to fly into Polokwane previously, but after a month or two, they realized that it's not viable for them and they've withdrawn. And Kruger Gateway Airport, Palaborwa, it's owned by Airlink. They are the only operator that is flying there, which also makes it a limitation. The same with Eastgate. Although there is a demand, there's only one airliner flying into Eastgate, and that is also affecting competition. So with all our airports that are active currently, the question of competition and therefore the airfares are very high. So that is something that we will have to attend to. And I think the most important thing is that we must see how to take hands with the tourism industry to develop packages that can also stimulate these airports for future growth. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Elmin, for that intervention. I will make further comments at the end of everyone's intervention. Can we get Madume? Is Madume set up and ready? Madume, if you can hear us, we are ready for you. You can go ahead.
I hope I am audible. Good afternoon. Am I audible?
Yes, you are. Yes, you are. You can go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So my take is that is there really potential for air travel between Limpopo and major cities? Indeed, there is potential. But as the previous speaker has alluded, the challenge is the proximity of Polokwane International to the largest market, which is Johannesburg, and also competition with other modes. And proximity, you look at, I'm from the Bochum area, to drive from my village to the airport to be there 1 hour before departure and arrive in Joburg. That time, actually, I would have arrived here in Joburg if I were to drive. And indeed, the road it's smooth and convenient. But the airlines have done their part. The idea here is not to supply the market up to infinity. The idea is to supply them with enough and be able to also make money. For it is important for the city and other stakeholders to also play their role in supporting additional capacity that they believe that could stimulate potential for growth. And also, if you look at the how airports were built in South Africa, they were for a specific purpose, not near where the masses are. So if I were to drive, I arrive at the airport, how do I then reach my village? So there is a need for a closer collaboration with your car rentals, the airport, and also other key players in trade and tourism within the province to ensure that you offer a total solution for a potential traveler up to the village where they come from. So there is a significant number of travelers, obviously, that use OR Tambo International to continue to destination in the coastals of our country and also cross-border missions. So the question is that, how do you serve our coastal cities? The market is not large enough, obviously, for a potential low-cost carrier to enter and operate Johannesburg, Cape Town, as an example. So you have operators such as Airlink, such as FlySML, operating a gauge between 50 and 70 seater. My view, because of the distance, the potential for stimulation is higher because there is traffic that take a road to connect via Johannesburg to your Durban as well as Cape Town. So in a smaller gauge, there is potential, but also the stakeholder also need to provide support to those airlines. Yes, you cannot pay for the cost of transporting those passengers because demand should be sufficient enough to sustain those services. Because if you were to incentivize a prospective operator, then when you remove incentive, they will stop operating. But I strongly believe there is potential for especially Cape Town as well as in Durban, even if it's on a seasonal basis during summer. But things have changed to how we used to know them pre the pandemic. Airlines obviously no longer can rely on historic data. They also trying to navigate the new normal and also understand the need of the new travelers. So another aspect that I see is that Polokwane can play an important role as a gateway to some of the key tourist destination along the Limpopo River, the Limpopo Valley area, as well as people that cross border to Zimbabwe and all destinations in Zimbabwe and some parts of Kruger that are easily accessible to Polokwane. I'll pause there. Yeah, thanks.
Thanks very much, Madume. Very useful again and very insightful. Thanks very much for those insights. Let's move on to Josiah from ATNS with his inputs.
Thank you very much and good afternoon, everyone. I see now the room is almost getting empty. I don't know it's because it's lunch, but just to reflect on the presentation as well as the comments made by the colleagues. Polokwane or the Limpopo province, if you look at the aviation industry, has a potential. And I think we have to emphasize that. But it is not a potential that can be unlocked by GAL operating on its own. It has to be an integrated planning. It really has to be an effort that is correctly funded to also unlock participation by the air service operators. It is true that in Limpopo, the main airport is about almost 45 minutes flying time, if not less, from OR Tambo. And if you look at the traveling time, if you consider waiting time at the airport, you might as well drive. But it is about how we market the airport, how we market aviation as a mode of transport, and get the more passengers are available in a route or a sector, the more affordable it gets in the long run, because more people will be using the route, more people will be getting on the aeroplanes, and therefore aircrafts are getting fuller and fuller, and the amount of money you pay on a ticket becomes lesser. And as people get to understand that aviation is a mode of transport, safer and more efficient than many other out there, then it's the more you can get people to use this mode of transport. And definitely there is a market that we can unlock to actually promote aviation. The issue of integration, if you land at the Polokwane International Airport, if I'm living in Bochum, my colleague says lives in Bochum, I also come from there, is that how do I get to Bochum now? And maybe Bochum, it's not a very good example. How do I get to town from the airport? This is why we say it requires integrated planning. This transport modes needs to be integrated. If there was a train from the airport to town itself, or to enable people, whether you call them trams or any other form of really integrating the air and the ground by rail or by road, so that it's an efficient mode of transport. That's the only way we can really unlock aviation within the Limpopo province. There's many areas that we've spoken about here that are a tourist destination, and many of them are attached to some of the cities within the Limpopo province. And it really is an opportunity for us to use those to unlock aviation. And if you look at just the last comment made by my colleague from AXA with regards to inter-regional mode of transport, if you just Limpopo to Zimbabwe, be it any of the Zimbabwean areas of tourism, we can quite a lot use those to interconnect the province with the other regional destination. There is a good market out there for Limpopo to grow its aviation infrastructure, and also to link the smaller areas, your Elistras, Palabura, and other areas. Just to look at the numbers when it was shown for All Days is almost an unknown destination, if you like, but you could see that there is some movements that are taking place. Those infrastructure, are we paying attention to them as the province? Are we, and it's not only the smaller ones, the smaller strips, which can be used to interconnect with the Limpopo, with the Polokwane airport, and then other provinces. So there is a whole lot of capacity and prospects for aviation. One other observations that we made as ATNS provide air traffic services and deploy air navigation infrastructure across the country. The observation that we have is that there are airports that previously had good infrastructure, but over time has dilapidated because of poor funding or lack of funding, or funding sometimes reprioritized for other needs, community needs, instead of funding the airport we seem to redivert the funds to somewhere else. It could be housing, it could be water. It's a basic needs, yes, and globally, that's where the governments are moving towards, taking the money where the demand is from a public service point of view. But airports, therefore, then, if are not correctly looked at from a funding point of view, to look at the infrastructure, maintain the infrastructure, and in some cases improve them, that you're going to get to a point where people elect to drive, and in some cases soon they will elect to walk than to use airports and or aviation as a mode of transport. We need to find a way of starting to invest in our airport infrastructure according to the needs. There's no way you're going to build a facility such as Joburg International or OR International Airport in Limpopo because you don't have that capacity. So we would need to gauge as part of the airlift strategy how we invest in the smaller airports, the main airports, in the airfields, so that we can make these areas accessible through the air. And these airports, and like in aviation, the rest of aviation is a very highly technical environment and highly regulated environment. And therefore, it requires correct people deployed to manage and operate those facilities, because if you don't, then you could not blame anyone when the infrastructure gets dilapidated and or it's not used to its fullest potential. And of course, an airport becomes a business entity, so therefore then it has to be managed, it has to be operated from that point of view. You're competing with many other competitors. In this space, if you just talk OR Tambo, or Polokwane International Airport, you're competing with OR Tambo for starters, for regional flights. You're competing with everybody else around using rail. Rail today, I don't know if there's still anybody that uses rail within the province, but road transport for sure. But then it is an area in which we could tap in and start opening up the ability for aviation to grow within the province. And I think the statement I made is applicable right through the country, for as long as the airports are owned by the provinces and by municipalities. This is where we pick up problems, and in the main is to do with funding and resourcing of those airports. If we can get around that, I think it will be the first greatest step in us achieving growth in the sector. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Josiah, once again. Can we get Michelle? Is she connected and ready? Michelle, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Great, you can go ahead and welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Michelle Queen Thompson, and I look after government on behalf of Airlink. Thank you very much for having me on the panel today. A lot of the points that my colleagues have touched on are very relevant, especially because they answer some of the questions that people often have. My colleague from Transport mentioned that low-cost carriers have tried coming into the various, into Polokwane, and this is true. I think one of the things that has made Airlink very reliable within on the Polokwane route is our ability to have different aircraft types, so we can up gauge and down gauge and to serve the route. But as most of you have mentioned as well, that you mentioned that the key con that we face on that route is that people say it's easier to drive because by the time you've waited for that hour at the airport, you would have already been in Johannesburg. So that is something that we are very aware of as well from our side. But also in terms of operating, I think what Josiah mentioned when he said that in areas where the airports are run by municipalities, there are a lot of challenges that we as airlines face, and not just as Airlink, but any airline who would be operating. For instance, right now, Polokwane Airport, it's been 4 months that it hasn't been operational. Prior to in April when the airport was downgraded, we had been trying different ways of resuscitating the route because you know that we had COVID, so we were trying to get clients back on track and also to get domestic tourism going. So we found a fare that was working and seemed to really appeal to travelers and even those who often choose to drive. But as that had just turned on, it had been about a month when the airport was then downgraded and we were unable to fly into Polokwane Airport. Now, the best news we could possibly hear would be when we can resume services. And 4 months later, we're hoping that September we will actually turn on again. But we don't have a date yet. So having a date is crucial because we need to make sure that we inform travel trade and our clients. And on any post that we have put out, for instance, on Facebook, I've picked up several comments where people ask, when is Polokwane turning on again? And it shows you that not only is it key for tourism, but it's also key for business. Because, for instance, we were running a cargo service as well out of Polokwane, which was really growing. And there's so many different companies that were using it. So there's real potential to grow that cargo business, but you need consistency. As an airline or as any business, you need consistency, because if you're providing something to Polokwane and you use airline to send it through, you definitely, and when you say you use the airline, you have to consider the benefits of what it means when people decide to use an airline. Because if you're sending cargo, for instance, if it's same day cargo, the overnight cargo, for instance, where if I'm sending something from Johannesburg and I want it to be in Polokwane by today is Monday, tomorrow's I want it to be there by Tuesday, that is what we offer as an airline. So I think, to resuscitate tourism and to really get things going to pre-COVID times, it's going to take time. I mean, if you listen to all the analysts, everybody is saying 2023. But domestically, we can try and push, but we need to all collaborate. We need government to collaborate. So we need a date for Polokwane. That will help us, because at least then, we need to put flights into the system. Right now, every month we have been switching off flights because we know towards the end of the month, cancel for the next month. So better communication is key, because in order to have great partnerships, we need to be able to communicate better with each other. And so I think that is one of the key things that we need to do. And, as Airlink, we continue trying to do our best to provide a good service that our clients expect from us. And that means being on time, reliable, and we, in order to be able to do that, we need to have an airport that is well equipped and that functions and that doesn't have issues that we'll only find out about before we land, or, for instance, where we don't get downgraded overnight and then we can't fly into the airport. So these things are key and they need to be fixed in terms of really honestly saying that we are going to provide good air access to different provinces. So if we can get our domestic routes right, then we can start looking at other routes. But it's no use trying to look at other routes when we can't get the ones that we currently have in place right. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. That's a great point to actually end it for this particular set of interventions. Before I request the chairperson of the board for comments on this particular one, as well as the chairperson of the portfolio committee on debt, if they can get ready, just to say a few words. But basically, from the interventions and the presentation that we started with, a lot of challenges highlighted. The challenge of demand being a key challenge. What is the scope of the demand for air services connecting particularly Polokwane, but the province as a whole? Linked to so what is the size of the market that we are looking at when we are talking about airlift for Polokwane. What are the feeder markets, the sustainable feeder markets? Should we perhaps be looking at seasonal flights in respect of some of these markets? Also, in terms of the context, airlines are themselves reviewing their strategies and their fleet sizes and so on. What impact does that have on any route development initiatives from our side as Limpopo? How do you sustain sustainable levels of traffic to make it viable for airlines to actually service the route? But we hear, of course, from Airlink that they are able to service it partly because of their fleet sizes, the different fleet sizes. What role does tourism play in supporting the demand, but also what role do the other sectors play in supporting demand for these services? And also it was highlighted that the services, of course, compete with other modes, and there's also issues of lack of interconnectivity between the air services and the ground services, which makes it sometimes not so viable for people to then choose this mode of transport. We know that people who generally fly are the middle class. So I suppose one of the context issues that one can add to the ones that have been raised is how resilient is the middle class to actually sustain air services? We know that the middle class in South Africa is under huge strain. In fact, it's shrinking on top of that. And the strain of the COVID-19, even where the middle class individuals have not lost their jobs, they are probably supporting much more people now. So it is under strain. And if you look at markets where domestic tourism in particular, domestic travel is very resilient, domestic air travel, you find that they have very sound, stable middle classes, which we do not have in abundance in any case. So I'd like to request the chairperson of the portfolio committee just to make a small intervention on this particular, on some challenges I think were highlighted by the panel which have an impact on decisions of the province, and then followed by the chair of the LTA. Thank you very much. No problem.
Yeah, thanks all the speakers for this session. It has been an eye-opener. It has been confusing. And maybe at some point, it has brought us back to reality. And hard questions needs to be raised and answered, particularly by those of us who think that the airlift strategy is needed in tourism. All the speakers that spoke here, none of them has been able to say this is a specific plan. If it is implemented, the airlift strategy for tourism in particular will help or will work. All of them, they've been saying there is a potential. There is a potential. But that potential is not buttressed by a plan that says to us, you Limpopo government with tourism, if you are able to follow these particular steps, you will then be able to see the demand that is needed. The second issue is that maybe we narrowed the issue of the airlift strategy to only deal with what the government should be able to support, or which is within the space of government to regulate or manage. Over weekends, here in Limpopo, if you go to most of your five-star facilities and all those establishments, you will find, for example, let me use Zebula. The chap is here from Zebula. You arrive there, you will find that there is close to 50 to 20 aircrafts that are there. People who have come there to visit, they don't have to come to Polokwane, because you see, that's why I'm saying when we speak about the airlift strategy, unfortunately we narrowed it out. There are other people now, for example, when you go to Velgevonden. Velgevonden has got 2 big runways, which are also able to pick up your Boeing 737 or the biggest flights that are here, that are able to land there. They do not need Polokwane or government to be able to come here and say there is no airlift strategy. Now, for me, the question then that arises is, honestly speaking, do we want Polokwane to play a role of a passenger, of carrying passengers or dealing with issues of cargo? Because you see, there were issues of the viability. One, why Polokwane International Airport was said here that is not viable is because of limited demand, because of high fares, because of the short distance, which seems to be a major problem. But also, there was another factor indicated to say that low-cost flights tried to survive, and they were emasculated. They never survived. They cannot be able to survive. It then brings the question that says, for that airlift strategy buttressed by government, is it not going to need massive subsidy by the provincial government? And the question is it possible? The HOD of Treasury is here. During tea break, he was complaining that where the hell is he going to get money? He'll speak for himself. Now I'm just trying to raise this question to say, but are we not putting on our shoulders a difficulty that maybe for now is not an achievable objective? You talk about Eastgate in Hoedspruit. That airport is on a month-to-month lease, which tomorrow the plug might be closed if whoever the owner is decides that I no more want you to be here. When you speak about Palabora now, it's closed. And I think all of them have come about because even pre-COVID, there was no money to sustain them. And do we think post-COVID, will there be enough money to deal with that? Even when tourism can now begin to work out packages, will those packages be of such a nature that they sustain the airlift strategy in the province? Doesn't it mean, with the point that I'm raising, that in most of these other establishment weekends, there are a lot of aircrafts that lands there that have brought tourists and they enjoy themselves, have beautiful experiences and go back, that we then begin to look into how, instead of wanting to be supporting Polokwane, you see how then you can then be able to intensify that support because those people are within your tourism space. The ownership by municipalities, let's be honest with ourselves. At this present juncture, I'm of the view that there's no municipality that can be able to even divert money to sustain their airfields or wherever you want them to own these airports that have to be there. Now, here comes the controversy. Is it not the correct time as tourism that when we talk about all issues of access into the province, the airlift strategy be put in the back burner for a bit. And therefore, you begin to improve the issue of access through the roads. You then go back to the issue of the trains, because they provide you the necessary access. The trains now are being improved. Because, you see, the presentation that was given there by Carl is the same presentation that in 2015 they presented. And I don't blame them because they are having difficulties. You see, they exist as an agency, but they have got serious difficulties to be able to even access the funds, you know, and the support that is necessary to do the things that are supposed to be dealt with. So for me, where I'm sitting with this report that has been given, because it has just raised gloom in the immediacy of the implementation of the airlift strategy. And therefore it means our emphasis, if that issue, because I remember at some point the Minister of Transport raised that they have to revive the issue of the passenger trains, you know, from Johannesburg to Messina. And therefore, you can then begin to create a value chain that we're talking about in terms of the motor vehicle rentals, all other people that can pick up people at stations, take them to have experiences in different establishments, over weekend, year, midweek, take them back, it's safer, and all those type of things. Because where I'm sitting, it will need to be worked. It doesn't mean I don't have hope. But I'm trying to be practical, unless somebody says to me, this will be what has to be happening. But for me, the emphasis, particularly also on access, becomes your road, your train, and also to be able to see that all these other airlines that comes into our provinces in the different establishments, is there a need to provide more support to those establishments, you know, and how we can do that. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Chair. I thought you had already been controversial. Then you started saying, here's a controversy. I thought you had already been controversial. But thanks very much. Thanks very much for those very insightful reflections and very, very practical and realistic, as you say. Can we then have the Chair with the last bite?
Chairperson, thanks very much, Chairperson of the session. It's quite interesting to come in at a time when the Chair of Tourism in the province has been controversial. And maybe it's good that he had come first so that I can deal with some of the things that he's raising controversially. Chairperson, maybe first and foremost is to really commend the MEC and the team led and the chairperson of LTA and the team in LTA for having found it appropriate that they bring to this forum all of you from various schools of thought to really come and reflect on the tourism in the province and what does it mean post-COVID, how do we then move forward post-COVID. The interesting for me, I've been thinking and listening ever since I arrived here early in the morning when the operators in the tourism industry were speaking, and I've listened to insightful from the panel here right now, insightful thoughts from them. And I think, Ntate Dipela, what I've learned from all what colleagues are saying is that one, we must not be despondent. We must not be despondent because there is potential. There is potential because for the first time, you have brought the operators who says, we want to have a role in ensuring that the airlift strategy work. We want to have a role as private partners in ensuring that this thing work. Over time, we have subsidized the airport as the public representatives on behalf of the public. we have always appropriated monies to assist to subsidize the airport. But there are key things that needs to happen in the airport for it to be competitive. First and foremost, Honorable Mgoni, is that you need to deal with governance and administrative issues in the airport. And I think the panelist said it, it's just that he touched on it in passing. Perhaps he just feared to be controversial. But because I'm a public rep, I don't have to fear to be controversial. For over years, the administration of the airport has been going up and down, changing, acting, chopping, and so forth. And that deals with investor confidence. You're not going to invite external people to invite their resources into your entity or into your operation if the very operations, governance, and administrative issues are not clear. So first and foremost, before we can even speak about anything, MEC Treasury, MEC Lidet, MEC Treasury, HOD Treasury, I think you spoke about them here. And I know probably the MEC for transport is also online, is that unless you sort governance and administrative issues, you can't even start to speak. That's first and foremost what government must do. The executive must deal with that. Two is that colleagues have been saying the competitiveness of the National Road Number 1 or the N1 has brought challenges to the airport because of the distance. But I have a different view. The fact of the matter is that if I was to have an opportunity to fly to Joburg on any day, I would rather fly to Joburg than to drive there, because the risk of the accidents that are currently involved on the national road, the fluctuating and the ever-rising petrol price, says to me, I would rather fly than to be driving to Joburg. But it's true, I can't fly to Joburg from Joburg on a Friday afternoon. The high volume of traffic in Tadedipila, perhaps you are no longer coming home. But on a Friday, if you are to fly, if you are to drive to Gauteng, it will take you, if you leave Gauteng at 4, you are sure to arrive here at 11 or 12. But who wants to be in that? But if there is convenience, and that's where the issue of public-private partnerships comes in. If I'm sure, if I get to Polokwane, I'll get the convenience of hiring a car at a cheaper rate and drive back home to Bochum. I would rather fly 45 minutes, live there at 6, I'm here at 6:45, at 8 I'm home. But to drive from Joburg, at 4 o'clock, to arrive at home at 4 o'clock in the morning and only have a Saturday, and drive back again on early on Sunday to catch the traffic, that when you leave Miropa, you'll already be told that Transcorp is closed. No one wants that inconvenience. But we can't do that in Tadedipila because the airport does not bring that particular convenience. That's the other part. I'm sorry I'm going to be taking time because Tadedipila has been controversial and I need to come in. The private partnership, the private operators are saying they want to have a stake in terms of assisting us to resolve the challenges we have. But what does that mean? That means that if we have created a platform for them to participate, then Ms. Godek has spoken about, they must come in terms of packages. And our airport has always been looking way south. But who amongst us have ever looked way north? None of us have ever looked way north. But since 1994 until to date in Tadedipela, we have signed many agreements with almost all SADC countries, not as a country, but as a province. We have inter-agreements with many provinces, almost all provinces in all the countries in SADC. And key, center to all those, is the issue of tourism. If you check in all the agreements we've signed, whether with Shai, whether with any other province, up to Tanzania, to Malawi, back to the west to Namibia, in this SADC region, all the agreements that all subsequent premiers, Ramatodi, Matale, and Muloto, have signed, including Matabata now. At the apex of those agreements, the issue of tourism as a very important apex emerges. But we have not, at any point until today, brought the tourist operators to say, can we work together to create packages that look way north? We have not done that. But the other colleague spoke about the issue of also the airport introducing seasonal flights. Seasonal type of flights, whereby we know that when there is Durban July, when there is this or that type of conferences, I can imagine that at some stage, we were stuck in the airport in Joburg, having to fly to East London. And we had to take an alternative flight to fly to Nelspruit so that we can have a direct flight from Nelspruit to East London. You drive to Limpopo to get to the airport, you miss a flight. The only way to reach East London now is to fly to an alternative airport. Now I must drive back and pass Polokwane and fly to Nelspruit so that I can fly to East London. But if you have those type of seasonal flights, you are able to resolve those type of challenges. So I'm convinced, without exhausting a lot of time, because there are a lot of issues I can speak of time. With due respect, I must not speak too much, but I'm saying we must not be despondent. I would imagine that if we are to speak about sustainability of the airport, the tourism is just but part. And unfortunately, today, we are only restricting ourselves to the tourism and the role that tourism can play. We can't shelve into the cargo space because it is not what we are here for. But if we are to bring the holistic package, then you will agree with me that this thing is sustainable. We just have to do the right things to make it work. Thanks very much.
Yes, you may go ahead. I think you've been implicated by the comments.
No. Thanks, Program Director. It's just that I had to attend to some interviews. Kaspedi bare tabeli bulelang ke tloa boroko. We are not sleeping. Obviously, we are embarrassed about the issue of. Again, we must call it a spade. Call things by their names. I was on an interview now. The first thing that they ask, what about the airport? When is the airport going to be fixed? I think that Mloto would have, he had made a presentation to Exco. He would have indicated that by September the airport will start running. But I don't want to take much of your time. I get the Premier of Gauteng. He comes from Limpopo. At some point he called me to go to his house in Nondo. I'm told there's a small airport, Paul, in, is it Limpopo Airport? I'm told they are going very soon. People are going to collide there because there are a lot of choppers in December and holidays that are going there. So they say, what are you doing about Limpopo Resort? I'm not sure whether Masura is here, the CEO of Musina Makado, SZ. He's saying he wants to start an airport in Musina. There are people, she's sending people to say, forget about your Polokwane airport, man. Make our airport Hoedspruit to work, because we already have direct flights from Cape Town and all sorts of things. People in Guyana, they say, at some point we had our own airport. Skokuna, they will say, no, you see, you are also coming up with a Fitaho Mutubatsi airport. So without any waste of time, you know, the chairperson of the, because he sits here, he's dealing with controversial people. He will go and ask us in the portfolio committee and ask us, what are you doing with this thing? And because at that point in time you will have authority, we have to answer. But here it doesn't have authority. He can make only an input. So what I want to suggest is that, you know, there's something that has been said. And when the DDG was speaking there, it's because those ones, I think you left them on the hook, the first presenters. Or maybe it's because you gave her to chair, so she decided not people to participate. Because what was supposed to happen is the same thing that you are doing, to raise issues with them, because they have raised important issues. In Limpopo, for instance, if you go to other countries, when you arrive, they will tell you are going to go to Hoedspruit. These are the things that you are going to do. In Limpopo, when you arrive, what is it that you are going to do? And the gentleman who made the first presentation indicated that we don't have any, and we have everything. I'm told the biosphere of the whole world is in South Africa and it's in Limpopo. But if you go to everywhere, there's no packages. He spoke about tour guides. Those tour guides are supposed to have packages. So I'm saying, without wasting your time, I'm suggesting that maybe we need to form the MEC for your MEC for transport and community safety is also online. She told me she's going to be online. What we need to do, we need to immediately form a task team with national to look at this issue. Because, for instance, whether we like it or not, this issue at some point has to be resolved. Whether we are making Hoedspruit, or we need Hoedspruit, we need Polokwane, or it is going to be Musina because of the distance, whatever they are saying, we need to resolve this issue once and for all. And when we meet, because we were told here, we always like talking. Every time, Lekgotla. At least at some point, we need to say, since you send us here, not this MEC, even the MEC who will come must be saying, when MEC Mukoni was here, this is what we have agreed. Now I'm the MEC, this is what we are implementing. So I'm just suggesting that without wasting much of the time, we agree on that as part of the first resolution that we'll take, to say that it will not just be like a talk shop. We need to make sure that it becomes part of the APP, and we report on it in government and even in national, it finds itself in the national program. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks very much, MEC. I think that's an amazing way actually to kind of round off this discussion. I'm not sure if someone from the private sector wants to say something. If there's no volunteer, yes, okay. I will take just that one volunteer and then, okay. There's 2 hands, and then we will wrap up this session. Thanks very much, guys, for.
Thank you, Program Director. Mine is a question, and it's directed to all the presenters because they all touched on aviation services. Let me start by greeting all the MECs who are here today. And I need to start by saying, now I go with my chairperson, Tate Dibela. I'm saying this because I'm despondent. Tate, chairperson of the portfolio committee. I'm a product owner. I'm an entrepreneur in the tourism industry. We are despondent, and through the airport, the opening of the airport, this is how we generate income. We are here as tour operators, accommodation establishments. We get people from the airport. If they don't land on that airport, it means we don't generate income. And my question that I wanted to raise is about the airport at Vuwani. MEC raised that. The airport at Vuwani is dilapidated. Nothing is happening there. For the past 6 years, I've been staying there. One of my business is just adjacent to the airport. in the infrastructure, it's falling apart. You know, it's not even safe anymore because people, the community, they use that airport to pass from one village to the other. So I heard one of the presenters saying, hey, we cannot, there's not going to be such airport which are 300 kilometers away from OR Tambo cannot, you know, cannot be revived. You'll correct me if I'm wrong. It means if the Polokwane airport cannot be revived, what about that one, which is right in the villages? And as I'm saying again, that's how we generate income. And what are the plans? My question is, what are the plans of resuscitating, of reviving, of, you know, renovating that airport there so that there are activities happening there? Because we believe that if there are activities happening there, it means the economy will grow, the jobs will be created. And I'm asking, are we supposed to forget about, the MEC touched on that. Are we supposed to forget about that airport? Because I can see problems at Polokwane International Airport. Thank you.
Okay, we can take the two hands that I acknowledged, and then can we please close it after that? Sure.
Thank you, Chair. I also come from a community-based operation. We are beneficiaries of the land claim. We have established a viable tourist destination. We've got clients that come mainly from Europe, in countries like Germany, Holland, Russia, the US, and so on. Each time they arrive, we normally pick them from OR Tambo to our place. Each time they arrive, they always complain of the long distance they have to drive from OR Tambo to the farm. And we really are of the view that if we talk of the potential, the truth of the matter would be that it means the potential is there. We just need to do something to make sure that this potential is actually actualized. In transport, if you've got air transport, for it to become complete, there must be a link. There must be something that is done to make sure that if I get actually a flight from Joburg to Polokwane, then I will be able to get something from Polokwane to reach where I'm going. But the problem is that if there is nothing like that, then that is not a complete transport. My suggestion is, if we want to grow tourism, we really need to make sure that our transport is actually of a good standard. Also, like for example, even the roads that we are talking about, there is a lot of potholes. These people also complain about the potholes that they actually see on the road when they travel to the different destinations in the province. So it means if we talk about growing the economy, if these people are coming from outside of South Africa, they are bringing in money, but they also want to see really good quality. They want to be safe, like we've heard. So we need really to make sure that we do what we're supposed to do, so that then there's way for these things to happen. Thank you.
Thanks very much. That was the last hand, right? Okay, great. I think Josiah wants to respond to one of the comments. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Program Director. I think the issue of the airlift strategy and its necessity or importance in relation to tourism, it's a non-issue, if you like. It's critically important to have tourism benefiting from aviation or the travel of people through the air. It's the most efficient, as we said, and it's the most safest. But besides that, think about a country that do not have aviation as a mode of transport. Think of a province that does not have aviation and air travel as a mode of transport. We can't go backwards. So we need definitely to invest public money as a start, public money into airlift strategy and bring in partnership from the private sector to actually make aviation sustainable, even to make aviation more efficient to what it is now within the province. The fact that we highlighted the competition element of people preferring to drive than to fly talks to the issue of the airlift strategy on how effective and efficient are we within the province making air travel and being attractive to the users and taking them off the road to a greater extent. That's because that's where we are competing with, like it or not. We would compete with road, and I'm not sure about rail if we are. But at this point, our airlift strategy needs to address, first and foremost, where are people traveling within the province and interlinking with other provinces or within the province and with other regions, so that we can grow the aviation market, whether it is through the Polokwane International Airport or other airports within the province. It's a different discussion which must be clarified and must be put on the roadmap through the airlift strategy. It's critical, and definitely there is a biggest link. If you remember the presentation that was made, there's even a quotation made from other provinces, from other countries in relation to how airlift or aviation unlocks tourism within a country, within the province, and makes it attractive. If you just look at Rwanda, if you look at Rwanda, the size of that country, it's not the same, even smaller than Limpopo itself. But the community, I mean, the population is even less than the people within the Limpopo province. But they have infrastructure and aviation, depending on aviation to a greater extent, across all ranks, if you like, of communities and people. We need to start making sure that the aviation industry, it's not only limited to the few in the province. We need to grow aviation, we need to get it to the people. It must attract as many people and users as possible through our airports. The cries about Limpopo Airport, Toyando, or else you want to quote. But airlift strategy is the start off. And public funding has to be there. Thank you.
Thanks, colleagues. I'm really now looking at the time. We have taken quite a bit of time from everyone, but I see that there's a protest from the airport owner. But I think, that the overall question I think that has been raised is what are the aviation needs, the realistic aviation needs of Limpopo? And I think that's the question that the MEC is suggesting needs a smaller team to actually work on and really work out what is realistic for Limpopo, given the challenges that were raised today and I'm sure other challenges that would be raised by, other stakeholders. So that is where I would want us to end it as a challenge for this province to look at a national level. We do advocate for a national air access strategy which looks at South Africa as a country and then how best to connect it as a country. But I think this is the challenge for Limpopo, and I would like to thank my panelists, including the ones that joined us virtually, and really thank the MECs for their contributions, and thank the chair as well. And thank you so much. I think we are done with this session. Thank you.
All right, thanks very much. Just to thank SAR and your panel. Let's just clap hands for them. Colleagues, we are behind time, but the discussion is healthy. Exactly what we wanted. Actually, we should have done the same with the first one. It's time for lunch. Now the time, I think it's 10 minutes before 3. We are gonna come back here at 3:30. So lunch is served around the corner. Thank you very much. To our members online, just put a pause as well until 15:30. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Yeah, 1, 2. Yeah, yeah, 1, 2.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right, colleagues, we can start making our way back to the plenary, please. Colleagues at the back, please, let's make our way back so we can start.
Yeah, 1, 2. Yeah, yeah, 1, 2. Check, check. Check, yeah, 1, 2. 1, 2. Check, check. Yeah, yeah, 1, 2. 1, 2. Yeah, yeah, 1, 2.
Colleagues, let's just get seated so we can start. Remember, we are 2 hours behind time, so. Colleagues on the coaches, please. Maybe Lidila, you take over. Huh? All right, let me get
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My name is Lidile Sebati. I'm with Salga and here represented. I'm going to ask Mr. Kishan to come up on stage. I've seen Ms. Paulina Maja from Capricorn District as well to join me here on stage. And I just need the IT guys to confirm with me. Telephone. Okay. I haven't seen you. Okay. IT in the background, we have Mr. Miss Khaurelo Masipa. Okay. We have the chairperson signing off a disclosure of interest. Ne? Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. As I mentioned, my name is Lidile Sebati. I'm here representing Salga in my cap as the Provincial Director of Operations. So I'm going to be moderating the session that deals with unpacking the tourism roads infrastructure in the province. An exciting session if we reflect on the 2 sessions already that we've had. Chairperson, we might be talking air and landing strips and all those complications, but the majority of the beneficiaries that access our infrastructure in the tourism industry are on land and traveling on the road. So the panel that we're going to be moderating right now is going to be reflecting on what as a province we have packaged and looking at the challenges, the needs of the industry, and what we desire to achieve. Let me take this opportunity to just acknowledge the following people: the acting premier in absentia, Ntate Squati, the MEC for Lidet, and the portfolio chair, the MEC Mukoni, and Ntate Slamulela. I've seen the MEC for Coxter also had joined online. The acting HOD, my colleague, Mr. Ratumbu, the acting CEO. By the way, Lidet is not Hollywood. Ntate Ngoveni. Tourism industry is massively represented here. Limpopo municipalities that we have brought as well, Chairperson, you'll be delighted to know that most of them are participants online in respect of the COVID protocols. Board members that I've recognized here, I've seen Khoshera Dimotapo here, and a long-term colleague of mine, Memoranedi. I've seen some of them, though I might not recall their names. I've seen the gambling bodies here, I've seen airports are here, different companies, and I've seen the Office of the Premier. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for honoring this invitation. Now, in the discussion that we're going to have, I just want to give snippets, basically, Chairperson, to just drop the ball and say one of the key infrastructures we have that is declared by UNESCO as a World Heritage Site. It's the Mapungubwe World Heritage Site that is located in the Vembe district within the province. Whichever way you try to go to Mapungubwe, you have a problem with the road network. And we would want to talk to that. And that has been happening 10 years in a row. And I think there was a gentleman here who connected from Airport South Africa, who was talking about traveling from somewhere in Bochum, an easy road to drive. If you wake up any morning and you decide, you know what, I miss the elephants and the scalability of the Mopani trees and the Mopani worms in December, I'm heading for Mapungubwe. The first thing that is going to hit you when you pick up your car keys is the road. Mr. Chauke and Mr. Tulsi, I'm correct? We would want to have insight on what the plans of government are in as far as that project is concerned. Whether you go to All Days, and west part of it, All Days is taking you to the Pond Reef Gate that takes you to Botswana. The road is terrible. If you go the Musina one, you don't know what to expect in that road. And it's a beautiful road. Some parts of it are awesome. But for 10 years going, I think since the floods, we've had collapse of that road, one point to another. The other place we wanted to go, Mr. Ngoveni will tell you, is Nahagwe in Greater Letaba. We wanted to take our meetings there, but the road is bad. And I think in the ICT section, they'll also deal with the network infrastructure from an ICT point of view. So we bring together this discussion that talks to the critical infrastructure need of the tourism industry, being the road networks in the province. So to kickstart off our discussions, we are going to have an insightful presentation that is going to be made from Road Agency in Limpopo by Mr. Kishan. He is no stranger to all of you, and he's going to be telling us and unpacking for us the plans that they have as Road Agency that are addressing the challenges that I've just raised to them. Mr. Kishan, I'm going to give you the floor to talk to the audience. Please encourage him with a show of clap of hands.
Thank you, Program Director, and honorable members here today in the audience and virtually. Good afternoon to all. And I'll just mention that all protocol observed. Just to introduce myself again, thank you, Program Director, for introducing myself. My name is Kishan Tulsi. I'm the General Manager at Roads Agency Limpopo under Planning and Design. And I'll be taking you through a presentation on the plans that we have in the short term and medium term for the Limpopo province. So just a highlight of a short snippet of the presentation. I'll just talk about the provincial road network and the distribution in the province, and then the distribution in the 5 districts. And I'll just talk around that there. Then followed by, I'll then unpack the tourist locations and then the roads leading to the attractions that we've identified together with the provincial districts and the information that we've collected over the past year. And then we'll then look at, one of the things you can have your GPS, or most of the time you'll punch in your location on Google Maps or one of your navigation devices, or if you have one of those advanced vehicles these days which will have a GPS already programmed into the car, you'll then punch in your location that you want to go to. And but then when you get there, there's actually no signage around the tourist facility to actually say, because it'll say, yes, you are at this location, and then you look around and all you see is this one gate and no real direction at that location to say, hey, here's the tourist attraction. So those are the things that we'll be just maybe unpacking in this presentation and talking about here. So looking at the provincial road network, in total for the Limpopo province, just in numbers per se, we have 20,091 kilometers of road network. If you can just move on to the, thank you. We have 20,091 kilometers of road network, and of that, there only 6,263 kilometers is paved, meaning it has a blacktop surfacing on it, and the rest of it is unpaved, being gravel. So there's 13,828 kilometers as gravel. I just want to mention that only a few of those of the tourist destinations are actually on the paved network, and majority of it is on the gravel network. As we can see, like for example, the Waterberg Biosphere. That is, in order to get there, you'll drive maybe a few 50 or so kilometers on a paved network, but the rest of the other 100 kilometers around that area, you're going to be driving on a gravel road. So those are the things that we're looking at the moment, and that, you know, at the presently in the province with the financial constraints and so on, you know, we can't upgrade every single road, but what we can do is maintain that gravel roads, and at least then giving a bit of ease of access to those tourist facilities. I just want to highlight again, you can see there's an even distribution of the paved network around. In Capricorn District, there's about 1,232 kilometers, Sekhukhune 1,186, Mopani 1,171, and Vembe 1,333, and Waterberg 1,340. That's paved. So that at least, and with those paved networks, you know, what is the maintenance plan that's for those roads? Because majority of the roads in the province, they were built about 50 years ago or even 30 years ago. And the normal design life of the road network is around 20 years. So what maintenance plans that we have in place in the coming years to maintain that road network? So those are the things that we look at RAL, and together with Public Works, look at what routine road maintenance we need to do on the road network, and then what upgrading activities we can do. So I'll highlight a few and unpack it a bit. So there's three main sectors. If you can move over to the next slide. So this map here, it might not be clear to you. Can you go back one slide, please? Yeah. Okay, so this map here just highlights for us on a spatial plan where the road network is. So when I talk about the 20,000 kilometers of road network in the province, you can see it here with the red lines and the gray hidden lines. So the gray lines there is actually the gravel network, and the red lines on the screen is the paved network. There's three economic activities that that this province has to offer to the country and also internationally. One is tourism, two, it's agriculture, and three, it's the mining sector. So once we can identify those three economic sectors, we then know the roads leading to them, from your national road to your provincial road to the municipal road. Those are the network that we need to focus on in order to drive the economy in the province. So once we have it spatially, we've already engaged with the mining sector and the agricultural sector to look at private partnerships, public partnerships, and we've made many strides over the past couple of years on so together with the public sector funding as well as the private sector funding. So for example, using the mining activities that's going on in Sekhukhune. So together with there's 9 mining companies, we've managed to add public funding as well as private sector funding to actually improve road network in the area. And now in the coming years, you'll see, I'll just mention later on, one of the main bridges in the Steelport area. It's a bridge that was built around 1926. It's a single lane steel bridge, and it's the only bridge connecting from Jane First to Steelport area. And it's from a safety point of view, it's only a couple more years before that, if there's no maintenance done on that bridge, there'll be probably a collapse or a catastrophe occurring there. One of the items that was mentioned by, I think, Mr. Blau earlier is that we need to, the main thing that tourists are looking for is that one, safety, and is it clean? Right? So how can we then look at making our roads safer, and how can we keep the environment around us clear and free so that people can actually drive there comfortably and see oncoming traffic and so on. So those are the things that we must consider. I mentioned earlier that I'll unpack what our plans are for each of the different districts. And this map here, if you can just go to the next slide, please. Yeah, so this map here, based on the information that we've received from the various districts, we've highlighted the attractions in the area, which I'll then unpack into the different districts. I'll then take it into Sekhukhune, then we'll go into Mopani, Vhembe, Waterberg, and Capricorn. And then look at what's the attractions in those areas, and then the road network leading to it. If I look at just the picture itself now, on the far right-hand side where you see Vhembe and Mopani, you've got the Kruger National Park, and then that's as the main one attraction, and then the roads leading to it, which will then energize, or it will stimulate the economic activities from the villages going towards the Kruger National Park. So we talked about it earlier, about making a one-day stay. You fly into the airport at Kruger, and making that one-day stay into a 2 or 3 day stay by traveling up north and then visiting the villages and the museums and the activities and the natural parks other than the Kruger National Park on the Vhembe side and Mopani side. So I'll then just mention those roads and those projects that we'll be working on. If you can just move to the next slide. Okay, so the projects that we're planning to do in the Sekhukhune district, there's 5 that have been highlighted to us. So, for example, the road D4356, that's going from Falkfontein to Skinsdry, that leads to the attractions in the area, such as the Tamboti Lodge and the Flag Boshilio Dam. So there's routine road maintenance planned there by Public Works, who carry out the routine road maintenance. When I say routine road maintenance, we're talking about the bush clearing, culvert cleaning, pothole patching, edge breaks on the side of the road, and then your spot regraveling activities that will take place. The other road, D4263, Haupala to Falkplas, that's where the Manchi Masimola pilgrimage site is at. D4220. Sure. Yeah. Okay. And then, for example, the Jate Heritage Site, the road leading to that there, just off the R37. And then I mentioned earlier the Steel Bridge project that we've engaged with the private sector partners, the 9 mines that we've arranged an agreement with to look at the steel bridge and upgrading of that steel bridge in that area, which will then also help to drive the economic activities in there. Just as an overview, if you go to the next slide. So that's the overview of the activities and the map of where we'll be seeing routine road maintenance as well as some upgrading work on the roads and of the bridges in that area to actually drive that economic activities for the tourism sector. You can move on to the next slide. In Mopani district, we're looking at around 12 projects there. Just to highlight a few, for example, the Giani to Palaborwa Road, D3840, as the maintenance activities have already started on that road, and then the P43/3 going towards Iland and the Mutiwa Vatsonga Museum in that area. And there's routine road maintenance on plan on all of those sector roads. To highlight just one more, which is the D3900 near Ofkalako, that's the Lekalametsi Nature Reserve. There's some routine road maintenance planned for those activities in that area. So there's quite a number of roads that will be maintained over the short-term period as well as on the long-term period. If you move to the next slide. Yeah, so the other 6 roads that have been identified that have tourist attractions, for example, the road D11 and D3150, Lemondekop to Mamaila. There's a project that's already ongoing there, Giani to Muyeshe. There's routine road maintenance activities. And one that we've just completed, around 3 kilometers of upgrading, was road D3810 in Hawala to Shlomela, and which will then generate that. So once the tourism sector opens up in those areas, and that we have our people, that's a majority of the people that are vaccinated, and the tourism sector opens up again, we'll start seeing these roads which are nicely maintained, and will then make it a bit safer for the public to travel to these areas. And you don't need to have a massive 4x4 or so just to get from one point to the other. You can then start driving your sports cars down these roads. Okay, so moving on to the next slide, please. So this is just the map highlighting the Mopani district area, where the focus over the next 3 years will be, and the roads that we are planning to maintain. You can move over to the next slide. Let's tackle Vembe now. In Vembe, one of the I think it was mentioned earlier, the Mapungubwe Nature Reserve and the National Park there, which is a World Heritage Site. That's our road D1483. We've already got a maintenance program in place there. There's a contractor on site, and it's, I think the program director mentioned it earlier, that, you know, just as you get off the N1, it becomes very difficult to drive on that road. And we've taken notice of that there. And the next time you visit Mapungubwe, in the next month or so, you'll probably see that the road has improved impressively. You'll be quite impressed with that road. Again, also on the road D4, that's the item number 2 there, where I said that there's Malayaskop to Tayondo via Ilim. It's quite an important strategic road. We have maintenance contractor on that road working there at the moment. I'm not going to mention each and every one, but these are the plans that we have in place. Yeah, I'll just move over to the Waterberg district. Let's move over to the next slide. Great. Okay, so in Waterberg, presently majority of the roads there are gravel. However, we're looking at maybe improving some of those gravel roads. For example, the Makapans Valley, the World Heritage Site there, there's a routine road maintenance plan by Public Works on road D1435 and others in there. So it will then address, for example, the road at Bella Bella, the D180, that goes towards the Elements Golf Estate, and other private game reserves. There's routine road maintenance plan for those areas. Okay, next slide. Okay, so that this highlights in the Waterberg area where you'll be seeing some activities over the short-term period. Okay, move over to Capricorn. In Capricorn, there's 2 roads highlighted there, 2 main roads, the R521 in Polokwane to Senwar Barwana to Bochum. There's routine road maintenance plan, and also on D4000. That's going towards the Volkberg Nature Reserve. And there's routine road maintenance plan on those some of those gravel roads, and also culvert cleaning, bush clearing, and edge breaks. And then also that pothole patching of the road network there. Okay, you can move over to the next slide. Okay. Just I mentioned earlier that once you get to the destination, whether you should turn left or right, the GPS tells you turn left, and you turn left, and you don't see the sign for the facility. So what we've started is to just update our road asset management database, which gives us photographic record of every 20 meters along the road network. And so for the full 20,091 kilometers, we'll have photographic records of what is there on site. And then we're using that there and we're using artificial intelligence to then pick up if there's a signboard where there's supposed to be a signboard. And if that signboard is not there, then we then red flag it so that we then know that we need to have either a stop sign or a T intersection, or even as you're going around a bend, the reflective delineators, so that at night when there's no lights, at least your car then highlights the reflectiveness on the signboard, indicating that is it a left-hand bend or a right-hand bend. So those activities are underway, and we'll be then creating an inventory of the signages that need to be put up in the road network. I just want to also just stress on the monetary side, is that we have these plans in place. There's a reason why we have it over a short-term period and a long-term period. It's because of the budget constraints that we have in the public sector. And so eventually we will then get the road network into a very good and a very good standard, so that it's drivable for everyone. And but it's going to take us some time to do that there. But in the short term, these are the plans that we have for the tourism sector. Just on last note, I can see the program director wants me to cut off there. This is the end of it. Just to mention that if you do have a tourist facility, or so if it's a farm or some tourist activities, and you need to put up some signage, please contact us using our RAL website or our land use management link, which is landuse@raal.co.za. On that note, I'd like to say thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kishan. Without much ado, we have agreed on saving of time and managing it very well. I'm going to ask Mr. Chauke, if you can hear us from Sanral, if you can take us through how we then, with our provincial plans, link into the South African National Road Agency plans as well, and what your plans are. Mr. Chauke, can you just confirm if you can hear us? Chairperson, the battle to mute and unmute. Can you unveil yourself so that we can see you as well? Uchauke. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can, yes.
The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much, Program Director. Greetings to everyone present today. My name is Lawrence Chauke. I work for Sanral as a project manager. I'm also responsible for Limpopo province, more especially in sharing all the technical interventions that we have in the province. From Sanral side, we just want to say thank you to the organizers of the event for giving us this opportunity to come and share our programs with the Limpopo province. In terms of our presentation, I'll start with the introduction, high-level introduction of our network, and I will also unpack our programs, more especially, in line with the 5 districts in the province. In terms of our network in the Limpopo province, Sanral has approximately 3,600 kilometers of roads in the province. As you can see, we're not even close to the network of our sister company, which is RAN. All our roads are paved. And then in terms of interventions, we do have various interventions
Mr. Chauke?
that are in place.
Mr. Chauke? Can we have...
Yes, Chair, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you very well. My problem is your presentation is minimized. Can we get it to be maximized? We can't read, we can't follow you.
Okay, I'm trying to... Can you see it now? Is it better?
Yeah, we can see it very well. Thanks.
Okay. Yes, in terms of the various interventions that we have in the province, we do have almost all of our roads in the province has sort of maybe an intervention at any given time. Our intervention varies. We do have roads that are currently being upgraded. We do have roads that are being rehabilitated, but most of our roads, in fact, all our roads in the province at any given point do have a routine maintenance contract. So all the 3,645 kilometers of our roads in the province at any given point will always have a maintenance period, a maintenance contract. And then in terms of our maintenance program in the province, most of our roads were recently awarded in terms of maintenance, meaning we will be having new contractors from 2021 up until the next 36 months in the province. And some of the interventions similar to what our counterparts are doing with maintenance. With routine maintenance, we also cover signage, we cover your potholes, we cover, the grass cutting to ensure that, the road reserve is also clean. Those are some of the interventions that we normally address in terms of maintenance. And also in terms of signage, we do have a statutory control department, the SAMDAD, that normally addresses applications or new applications, especially in terms of road signs, tourism signs. So normally with private reserves and any tourist site, they would normally apply to us to get approvals. So we normally do that in terms of our social control requirements. So that's the procedure in terms of signage. And then in terms of our programs in the Limpopo province in general, I will be presenting in terms of the various districts. I will start with Sekhukhune district. One of our major roads in that district is the R37, which has been identified as a tourism road. The section of the R37 that's under Sekhukhune is from Limpopo to Begasport. We do have a maintenance contract that is in place. That contract will be running for the next 36 months. But apart from that maintenance contract, we do have major upgrades that are planned. We know as Sanral, stakeholders from the province, through our interactions with colleagues from the province, the R37 was a major challenge for everyone, not only from a tourism point of view, but also from road safety. So from the section between Limpopo and Begasport, we have in our plans 2 upgrade projects and 1 resale contracts that are coming. The first upgrade project is already in construction as we speak. That is for the section between Limpopo and Begasport. The project was awarded last year in October and will run up until March 2023. So it's a long-term project. some major improvements. And we also have on our plans a section, an upgrade project between Mohalatladi and Limpopo, which is currently in the early planning stage, with construction planned for April 2025. And then we also have on the other side of the gas spot, which is also, I think we have a 14-kilometer section that's still within the Limpopo province towards the direction of Glydenberg, where we're also having a recent project that is planned for completion. The project is currently in construction, and we're planning to finish the project in June 2022. And then there are other sections of the R37 that will be discussed under the Capricorn District presentation. Still in Sekhukhune, we also have one of our major roads, which is the R555, which connects town of Stoffbed through Rosenegal, Jamesburg to Beggarsport. We do have major interventions planned on that route. We are aware of the tourist attractions in the area. We currently have 5 major upgrades that are planned with implementation around 2024-2025. That's the construction. But we recently awarded 2 contracts in the area. The first one is for a section between Steindrift and Steelport River. This is also planned for completion in August 2024, and the other one is for the section between Stoffbed and Steindrift. Construction will commence this year. And those are the interventions. And in terms of monetary value, we investing in the region of 1.5 billion on this R555 in terms of the interventions that we're planning between now and implementation. Maybe the latest will be 2025 for some of the sections on the R555. Then going to Mopani district, we have the R71 between Palawula and Gravelot. We also have maintenance contracts that are running there, 2 of them currently, with the construction duration of 36 months. And then we also have 2 major upgrades planned for this section. The first one is for the section between Namakhale and Palawura, with construction planned for January 2024. We also have another upgrade for the section between Gravelot and Namakhale, also with construction planned for 2024. All these projects' budget has been secured. We're currently in the planning phase in terms of procurement for the design specialists. Mopani district, another road or 2 roads that Sandal is currently looking after. National Road R526 and R40 that links Gravelot to Hoedspruit. We currently have 3 projects also planned in those 2 roads. The major one there is an interchange that we're building on the intersection of the R40 and the R527. We're currently in the design phase with this intersection for an interchange with planned construction estimated to be around April 2023. We're also receiving some sections of the R40 around Hoedspruit with planned construction around September 2021. We're finalizing the appointment of the contractors for the resales of these 2 sections. Still under Mopani, we do have the R36 between Leidenberg and Zanin. We're currently finalizing the designs for the section that goes through Machaveni to Zanin through Ulenyenye, with construction planned for April 2022. I'm sure we can all agree that this section of the road is in the best state, very, very narrow, It's a very, very busy road. So construction will definitely start around April next year. There's also another road that we're implementing in the Mupani District Municipality. We're implementing on behalf of our sister agency, road agency Limpopo. That is the district road at 810. My colleague did also mention the road on his presentation from Gaula to Hlomela. We currently in the design stage. We recently appointed design consultant. Our plans is to upgrade this section. It's a 29-kilometer section from Tomo to Hlomela. It's a gravel road currently. And then we're planning in terms of construction to appoint the contractor around January 2023. And then the Vembe District Municipality, we do have one of our major roads there, which is the R578. This road connects.
Mr. Chauke, you have
The
2
road
minutes.
connects.
Mr. Chauke.
Hello, ma'am.
Just interrupt you. 2 more minutes.
Hello, program director.
2 more minutes.
Okay, noted, Chair. Okay, we do have the R578 from the N1 to Giani. We also having a number of interventions on that road. The entire section will be upgraded with implementations around 2023 in terms of construction. We also have the R524 Mercado to Punda Maria. We also have the interventions for the entire road as well, a number of upgrades. Also with implementations around between 2022 and 2023. And then the Palale, we also have the R518, which is also one of our national roads. We also have a major upgrade that will connect Mokopane and Mateta. R510 and R33. R33 is from the N1 to the Palale. It's one of our national roads. We have also a number of interventions. The entire road will be upgraded. Also with plans to start construction around 2023. And then the last one under Capricorn will be the R37, the remainder of the R37 from Polokwane to Lewakomu will also be upgraded. In total for the R37, our plan in terms of the budget is around in excess of 5 billion that has been planned for the entire R37. Thank you very much, Program Director.
Raleboga Tatana Chauke for the information that you've shared with us. Ladies and gentlemen, both in the room and joined online, let me just confirm that I have a representative from Capricorn District who's physically here with us at the venue. And then MEC, we have Ms. Khaogelo Masipa, who's representing Mopani District. She's joined online. Khaogelo, can we hear your voice? There's unveiling and muting and unmuting that takes place in this session. And Bo Colbert from Vembe District as well. If you can represent as well there as well, MEC, they're joined online. Now, we've had the plans of...
Yes,
This is Colbert.
Yeah, I'm saying I'm here.
Okay. That is from Vembe. Trust me, you can't miss them. Okay, Khaogelo, please represent the chair well by confirming your availability. Now, what we're going to do, MEC, now is to have a reflection by the 3 districts that are present here, to give us an indication of how their plans are proceeding to ensure that we physically get to experience the plans that Kitchener has spoken to us about, and Mr. Chauke has just given us an overview of both the national roads and the provincial roads. Very interesting to look at the kilometers that we think N1 is a forever road, only to hear Sandral has like not even 4,000 kilometers in the province. Quite interesting. So, Sis Paulina, we'll start off with you in the room. You have a mic, take it away and just let us know how from an IDP process point of view and your immediate plans within the IDP that you're about to close off and your plans going forward, how have you actually interfaced your road network plans with those that road agencies, both at the national and the provincial level, have just taken us into conference about their plans for maintenance and actual development of the road networks in the province of Limpopo.
Thank you.
Can we get the sound, somebody to come and help us?
Thank you, Program Director, and all protocol observed. My name is Pauline Maja. I'm representing Capricorn District Municipality under Roads and Transport Planning. Our role as a district is to perform integrated transport planning. Integrated transport planning includes all infrastructure, roads infrastructure issues, includes our airport that they were talking about here previously, includes our public transport as a whole, informs our rail network, as it was indicated before, and at the end of that plan, we call it integrated transport planning. Integrated transport planning, after the development, that we develop every 5 years and we review it every 2 years. Then at the end of the development of that document, we submit it to the MEC Department of Transport for approval, and then that's where we can take it to our agency Limpopo for the roads projects for implementation and prioritization. And also other activities or other projects that inform the rail, the airport, we submit them to the relevant department for implementations. Then in our plan, we all prioritize according to the demand on the ground. As I'm indicated that we are planning and also coordinate from our district. So we submit according to the priority, we submit the priority list to our agency, our departments, for Department of Public Works for maintenance, and also our Department of Transport to implement others for public transport like buses, taxis, and so forth. So that's how our plans link to our departments and our agencies. Program Director, thanks.
Mr. Colbert, if you can indulge us on how, as Vembe District, you are also aligning your plans with the plans that had been presented, would very much appreciate that.
Thank you, Program Director. My name is Nepumburune TC from Vembe District Municipality. Like what the Capricorn has said.
IT, are we able to see him? Sorry, Colbert, we would want to see your face as you interact with us. Oh, okay. You need to allow your video.
Can you see me? Hello?
We can hear you very well, my brother. Don't worry. We're trying to see you. We know you are at the furthest point of the province from where we are.
Okay.
Yes, we can see the thatch roof.
Yeah, but, thank you.
We are tourists, by the way, so we are experiencing the province on hybrid. So can we see only his screen? We see.
Yeah, I'm just at the.
No, there's nothing wrong with you. I think internally we need to see you. Yes, there you are. Can you adjust your camera?
Okay.
We are marketing the province, good people.
Yes. Yeah. I'm at the tourist attraction point now.
Yes.
Yes.
This man at lab, he is.
Program Director.
We can hear you.
Can I go on?
Yes, you can go on, my brother.
Okay. Yes, as Pembe District Municipality, we reviewed our integrated transport plan, and we are at maybe 2 months from now submitting it to the council to be adopted. From there, we submit to the MEC. So all the plans, they are incorporated into our integrated transport plan and also the IDP. You will remember that all those plans from RAL and SANRAL, we prioritize those roads and we include those roads into our IDP so that we have the development which are just in the IDP as required by the law. And again, we developed the integrated transport network plan. This network plan was funded by the National Department of Transport. We finished it last year, and I think its implementation will be for this financial year, the municipal financial year, waited of June next year. And that integrated transport network plan is also talking to the interventions by RAL and also SANRAL. So that because this infrastructure, especially the roads, they are the cornerstone of development and also for the GDP growth nationally and at the local level, the growth of the LED and also creating employment. I heard people talking about the Limpopo airport. We are contacting the Department of Transport and also the Nesengani Traditional Council in an effort to get the way so that we develop that particular airport. And I think, and even the one which is to be developed at Musina, as I've heard the MEC of Economic Development, we are taking note of that. So as Bembe, we are prepared.
But what I know is that one of the conversations that led to us talking about was that we live closer to this.
Can we manage?
Straight enough. I mean, Gumani lived.
Okay.
I thank you, Chairperson.
Oh, that was your clip, ne? No, thanks very much.
No, not my clip. I heard it. I don't know who muted while I'm presenting.
Okay. No, thanks very much, Chair. I think, Chair.
And also I have Councillor Magada Robert. We are together here. He represents the Department of Economic Development and Planning, dealing with the infrastructure roads.
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Let me see, that's how we do it in municipalities. There's a political accountability and partnership at that level. Yeah, so they go together. I think it was quite interesting and insightful to hear how they have various integrated transport plans that are in place, and Council is fully aware and brought on board in as far as those plans are concerned. And we'll come back to him. I think you've also heard Chairperson Ntatedi Pela that plans around resuscitating the airports in Limpopo, and they're also quite keenly interested in the Musina one. There's discussions of some kind taking place. I don't want to take away the spotlight from the district itself, but I think it shows some level of proactiveness from their side. And also, MEC, I think we need to appreciate the fact that from the two districts, at least that we have had, I'm preparing Khaorelo if she can confirm availability. From the two districts that we have had, there's a clear indication that integrated transport plans are well in place. There are plans that they are talking to. So what the road agencies are dealing with actually relates to the plans that municipalities have put in place. Khaorelo, Mekele, I think for us who are hikers, I haven't heard anything that talks to I don't know what kind of roads our roads are. You know, the weekenders who are actually now I mean, in all fairness, the tourism industry is booming now with hikers, and it will be interesting to know what's happening in that space, just on a lighter note. So, Kgaugelo, are you on board?
Yes, I am, ma'am.
Okay. Tell us how your partnership with the road network integrated.
Can I start?
Yeah, you can go for it. We can't see much of you, and we know you're next to the Kruger
Okay,
National
thank you,
Park.
ma'am.
Can we see you better? We want to see the Kruger National
okay.
Park. Oh, there she is.
Can you see me now?
Yes, we can see you. Take it away, my dear. I think you can now switch off your video for better bandwidth.
A transport planning authority as a district. So as Mopani district. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I've switched it off.
Sure.
As my colleagues have already mentioned, we are a transport planning authority. From the district side, we will be reviewing our district integrated transport plan in this current financial year in 2021. As indicated by my colleague from Capricorn District, in the district integrated transport plan, we will have a study that is done on the infrastructure that needs intervention, and the tourism infrastructure will then form part of that. And after getting the projects that will have to be implemented from the DITP, then those projects can then be prioritized and implemented. We also have transport forums where we discuss challenges related to road infrastructure. And before we have the district transport forums, normally we have a special road infrastructure forum where we discuss issues specifically related to road infrastructure. And that is how we're able to compile a priority list, which was submitted to RAL, and some of the roads that were presented today on the priority list that we submitted to RAL on the roads that need intervention. The Department of Transport, National Department of Transport, will also be developing the integrated public transport network plan, like the one that was developed in Bembe District. And yeah, I think that's as far as I can go, ma'am. Thank you.
Nice and brief, Kgaugelo. Thank you so much. MEC, I'm going to give you an opportunity to just comment on the presentations that were done. And I think for the first time, let's try and see if we can source questions from those that have joined online, if any at all. And you will let me know, because I think we haven't actually interacted with those that have joined us online. So those that are online, it's your opportunity now to pose questions and comments. We'll try and respond. Can I allow questions and comments from the floor before I give the MEC an opportunity to comment on the presentation? I see that Eddie Pila has raised his hand. Any other hand?
Well, firstly, let me appreciate the presentations that have been given to us. They've provided some insight now with regards to when planning is done with regards to roads infrastructure, how the priorities are being made. Whilst I'm happy that we have been given an indication of what is being termed tourism roads, there is a problem with regards to the deadlines. The problem that we have is that RAL, SANRAL, the municipalities, from where I understand them when they speak, is that when they talk about the demands, it's mostly when they say communities want that road infrastructure. But for sure, mining, agriculture, and tourism is the centerpiece of economic development in the province. And therefore, the issue of prioritization of what is considered tourism roads or tourism infrastructure must now come to the fore. because none of you, particularly from the municipalities, you did not indicate when you do prioritization, what informs that? You have just said that we prioritize and extend over to our agency. If we can understand that, because we as tourism, we also want to be on the dinner party of prioritization and being the first ones within the economic development. Because it doesn't help us to then come here and indicate that, no, don't worry, we'll look at these roads. The second other issue, I would also want to be taken into confidence. What do you mean by road maintenance? And how long does it take? Because that other road that they spoke about there, which is RAL of Bela Bela, the Elements Golf Course and Property Road. Every other time, program director, when people use that road, they go to Elements. Every time when they come out of that course, they get double punch. The stones that are there are so sharp that even those now who are driving 4x4s find it difficult to go through those roads. But when you speak about road maintenance, how long do you, for example, that road, do you then plan for it so that when it gets to be utilized, we don't have those type of difficulties? So I just wanted to, and I think also the other aspect is that integrated road plans that you speak about, I think we need to also start elevating them within the context of how tourism benefits. Because we would want that interconnection in itself should serve tourism, but we should also get value or create value out of that integrated road maintenance. Because for sure, if at some point people can be able to use a bus or a train to go somewhere to a tourism establishment, therefore you can then be able to have the other people in the transport sector that pick them up from there, take them to where they are supposed to go to a tourism establishment. So if we can, I can just be clarified on those questions. Thank you, but again, thanks for the clarification, because now we are able to know that our kicking of the doors to be on the dinner table of the road infrastructure is helping.
Now, thanks very much, Chairperson. I think the first question will go to Pauline, and the second and third question will go to Road Agency. MEC, do you have any comments, or you want us to respond still, all of us, before you respond? Okay. There's a hand from somewhere. Oh. How do we forget the industry?
Thank you once more. Chair, at the beginning you indicated that there is a challenge of the road that connects Mapungubwe to the rest of the country. And I heard the presenter, the first presenter there from Sandral, talking about the repairs that are being made on that road. Just recently, I think in last month, July, the president of the country was supposed to visit our project. It is in that part of the country. The people that were in the plenary that were preparing for his visit talked about that road, and we were told it's being repaired. And a few days ago, I drove on that road. The potholes are still horrible. To be honest, the manner in which the so-called maintenance is done, you cannot really understand what is happening, because they will actually patch a small portion, and then the next day you come, you find another pothole. They will, I don't know what is really happening, whether there is quality assurance on that one. And another thing, there was also a promise, I don't know whether it's from municipality, whether it's Capricorn or what, that they are going to repair or gravel the road between our property and the same road. And nothing was done. And it's shocking that, I mean, we talk about hoping to grow our tourism industry, whereas the other part is not doing, I mean, its part. And if we are not cooperating, if the other, like the municipalities and the other departments are not supporting the Department of Tourism, it will remain a pipe dream. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Pauline, can we get a response in as far as prioritization of road networks? How do you go about doing that? She's going to take this one for them. Okay, it's sanitized.
Okay, thank you, Program Director. And thank you, Chairperson, if I'm correct, Chairperson of the board,
Yeah.
LTA board. Thank you for the question. We prioritize, as we prioritize in our ITP, we look at the traffic volume, where most of the traffic volume is going. So we check those things when we, at the end of the day, we're gonna say, this will be road number 1 to be constructed, this will be road number 2 to be constructed, all those things according. So we look at the traffic volume, and then as I'm from Capricorn District, then I will look at my traffic volume. So most of the traffic will be going towards Polokwane or passing Polokwane again, as we've got the strategic roads here, from national strategic roads, will be passing Polokwane to Messina or SADC countries. So when we prioritize within the district, we look at those things, traffic volume. And again, maybe if ever I can answer you, within the district, leaving those national roads and provincial roads, looking at the district roads within the communities, we will look at something like public transport. We look at the public transport, how people travel from different areas to a particular, from point A to point B. So we look at those things like tourism, as you indicated, working areas, like maybe they will be traveling from areas like Mafefe towards Lubuagomo, from Lubuagomo to Polokwane. So we prioritize according to those things, and we prioritize differently, if ever I can indicate that, because there is a prioritization at national level, there is prioritization at provincial level, and there is prioritization at a district level, and even at a local level. So we prioritize differently. But I think tourism, we all look at it from national to a local level. So then we look again at economic activities, as I indicated. So where most of the economic activities are happening. So we look at those things. And then again, the national developmental areas or plan. This one, I think Kushen will talk to it, because mostly it affects the SANRAL and RAL. So I think maybe I've covered. And as you have indicated, again, I think I'm happy now as a Capricorn District, we are starting with the review of our ITP. I think the Department of LIDET will be more involved so that you can inform our plans towards tourism. I thank you.
Okay. Kushan, if you can go for the 3 questions, particularly road maintenance, if you can just cite the example of road D1843, the one that is to Mapungubwe from Musina. Just give that as an example based on the challenge that has been raised here. And the value benefit, as the chairperson has highlighted.
Yeah. And thank you, Program Director and MEC and honorable members here again. Yeah, with regard to the Mapungubwe Road, there is presently a contractor on it, and they're working on that full, it's around 60 kilometers of that road network. So straight from the Messina side, going all the way to Pontrift. And it's We've got two contractors. One contractor is working from the Messina side, and the other contractor is working from the Pontref side, addressing the Mapungubwe Road. And I just want to maybe highlight with regard to the longevity of the road maintenance and so on. So normally when we design roads, we design a brand new road to last 20 years. And in that 20-year period, every 3 to 5 years, you got to go and do some routine road maintenance on it, and which will either be like a fog spray, and then after about 15 years, you need to come in and do a reseal or a rehabilitation of that road. So that's just a bit of the technical aspects around it. Normally, in the past, when designers were designing these roads, we didn't take into account climate change effects. The severity of the storm events that we have. Recently, in January, we had the cyclone Eloise, which affected major parts of the province. And if you think back in 50 years ago when the roads were being designed in the province, there was no talk about climate change and so on. So all of these new aspects that we need to now look at in maintaining the roads and improving it. So just to maybe put it into perspective, the road maintenance, the routine road maintenance, if a pothole is fixed today, and if you get some rain maybe 2 weeks later or so, that pothole is probably only going to last a month at best. Right? So then that's why we have the routine road maintenance in place to regularly repair the road surface until such time we can come in and do a full rehab like we are doing now on the D1483, which is the Mapungubwe Road. So that's reached its design life. I think recently in 2014 we had upgraded the bridge that was damaged by floods, and now with the cyclone Eloise that went by, it deteriorated the road further, and we've got a maintenance contract out on that road right now, doing the rehabilitation of that road. So it's the rehabilitation time. It's planned to be completed before December this year, so that at least when you do get the tourists coming from along the N1 to Messina and then to the Mapungubwe, or coming around from the other side, all days and then Pontref and then to Mapungubwe, at least the roads will be in a better condition when they are driving on it during the December period. When we do the rehab is expected to give us a further 5 years of lifespan, depending on the traffic volumes on that road. So the heavier the traffic volumes, the faster the road will then deteriorate. And then we've got to reseal that road surface. Just to maybe put that into perspective. It's something that you can't just say, yes, we're going to rehabilitate this road, and for the next 30 years it's going to be fine. It's not like that there. The road surface doesn't work like that. It does deteriorate, and it needs consistent maintenance. Just to put into perspective the financial aspect on it. So for the 6,000 kilometers of road network that we have, we need an annual budget of around 6 billion rands. So 6 billion rands, it's not a small figure. The amount that we get from a national and a provincial treasury is only a sixth of it, which is it's around 900 million to a billion rands per year to do maintenance on the full 20,000 kilometers of road network. So you can see there the proportions of amount of funds we need on an annual basis against what public sector can put onto the road network. So you are going to find that you're going to drive on a 100-kilometer road, and maybe 40 kilometers of the road network has not been attended to in this financial year. What we have is we have plans in place. We monitor it on an annual basis to see what, with the little funds that we have, what we can do in this financial year, and then going forward into the next financial year. And we have the MTEF plans looking at various aspects of it. But the main aim is to try and maintain that full 20,000 kilometers of road network per annum, so that at least the drivability and that we can then try and limit, like you mentioned with the graveling and the stones, trying to limit that effect of the stones on the vehicles and damaging the vehicles. So on that note, we do take note of the fact that some of the roads that you drive on, it's very difficult for vehicles, but we are addressing it, and we're consistently looking at it and addressing those roads. Thank you.
That's quite a meal to take home and process. It's quite a mouthful. I think it's insightful as well and helps us to take this journey forward. Let me see your parting shots.
Thanks very much, Program Director. I'm happy that all the institutions that are dealing with road infrastructure are here, and they're indicating to us that they do collaborate in terms of how they deal with the road infrastructure. As a person who has been working at the road agency, I understand that it might be very difficult. But now that the President has spoken about the TDM model, the District Development Model, which all of us, Program Director, we have to come together. We don't need to form any other committee, because already there's an instruction that we must work together, and that will assist us in collaborating to say which are the critical roads that we need to do. If you look at Sandra, I think for now, when you use Sandra's roads, it's very rare, it's almost on a rare occasion that you'll find potholes because of the nature of how they do things. You will know that the Provincial Road Agency has a lot of road, like you said. When I was there, I know that only 6,000 kilometers of the road, which is gravel, it's tar, and the other, it's almost 24,000, almost 12,000 or more than that, is gravel road, which need to be maintained. And what the chairperson of tourism want to understand is to say, how then do we begin to link with the district municipality? There was an issue, I'm not sure how far are we, to say that the district must start also maintaining the road, which was a political issue, which the road agency was supposed to deal with the legislative issues. And I think that's one thing that we need to fast track so that we should be able to assist in that regard. And there is what we call MEC, MCC, MEC, MMC, a coordinating structure. Initially, it was only for environment. What we have agreed is that we are also going to bring people who are also dealing with LED, so that we should also coordinate in that respect, so that all our things, when we say in Waterbed, these are the roads that we have to deal with. We know that indeed when you start with your IDPs, what are those critical roads? And we are happy that most of the roads that were giving us problem, like Mapungubje. Remember Mapungubje, it's a heritage site. We took time to respond. It's almost a 5-year problem, or more than that. Now that we are saying you have 2 contractors which are starting from both sides, and the road that goes in Guyana, because those ones were embarrassing. You know, now that the road agency is dealing with it, I think we will have lesser pressure. And now that we are saying you have a program to deal with maintenance regularly, I think it will also assist the road agency. But also you left the local municipalities, because now isn't that when you talk about tourism, people don't want to go to Saskia or Palala. It will be for different reasons, but people want to go to those villages You know, so those villages, roads to those villages have to be put in a right spot. But I've seen Honorable MEC Makam is here, is online, that we need to coordinate this effort of the district development model to achieve what we're actually doing. I think everything has to start somewhere. At least now we are starting somewhere. But every year, like this, the other speaker who said, we can't just be talking. Our people, these people that are in the industry, they are the job creators. You saw almost 5%, 4.5. They contribute almost 4.5 of employment. So we should meet them also halfway as the infrastructure department, so that our economy must be in the right path. Thank you very much, Program Director.
Thanks very much, MEC. Just to follow through with you in my closing remarks, I think very clearly from what you're saying, the integrated transport plans that our districts have, that have been discussed at the transport forums that they are speaking of, it's a place, the dinner table we are talking about, where tourism has to feature massively in that space. And I know for a fact that local municipalities are sitting on that table. So I think it's time that as tourism agency or as a tourism sector, we need to be intentional in participating in those particular fora so that we inform the decisions that have been made at the various levels. I think it's also a clear indication that in the province we can pride ourselves with the fact that our transport plans are not done in silos. The reflection of what you're hearing from what Krishna is saying and from what Mr. Chauke was saying is an indication that there is consultation right across the different spheres of government, and there is integration from a planning point of view that is taking place. And I think you rightfully mentioned the fact that the district-based model puts it squarely on our tables, all of us, that we need to integrate our plans, plan together and implement together from the same source, because our beneficiaries are the same. Just as my way of closing, Ntate Dipela, it would be very interesting, it's a question I've had over the years operating in the economic development space, is what happens to the levy fee, the tourism levy that we pay? How do we access that fund to benefit the tourism industry or to benefit some kind of infrastructure development in that space? On that note, thank you very much. I have not been able to take questions from the online participant, but I would like to take this opportunity to thank the tourism agency and the department for this opportunity to participate in the program, and also thank my panel members that I would appreciate so much the effort and the passion that they have shown in the work that they're doing in the space of integrated transport planning. Thank you so much, Ms. Paulina. Thank you so much, Dr. Krishna, and to those that were online and our presenters. Thank you.
Thank you very much to the roads components for sharing with us your plans. I think the mistake that I did of sitting next to the board chairperson, now I'm delegated to introduce the next session, which is the session that will be closing the day today. I think from the morning session, we have heard on, as much as we want to build recovery for the sector, there are certain elements that we need to focus on. We spoke to the airlift issues, we spoke to the roads, and the presentation from SAT highlighted the issues of digitalization. So now the ICT infrastructure initiatives for the province will be moderated by Mapaseka Pakadi. She will then introduce who is joining her in terms of the presentation and those that will be joining online. And after that, I will have to get advice from the secretariat team that was then making the summary of discussions if for the day those are ready, or we can be able to take them tomorrow with the rest of everything, because we've got time pressures. There are logistical issues that needs to be taken care of this venue. I will get guidance from the chairperson on how do we deal with the concluding part of that. Over to you, Mapaseka. Thank you, delegated program director. I'd like to pass my greetings to the Honorable MEC Mukoni, colleagues online and in the room. In the interest of time, please allow me to say all protocol observed. So, as my esteemed panel members are being prepared technologically for our discussion, I'd like to just share a short narrative of my experience of a discussion actually that I had about technology. So in 2016, I was employed in the UAE and I was part of a team of young stars from Africa that were tasked to execute a cloud strategy and a fourth industrial revolution corporate strategy. So I had an opportunity to have a conversation with my manager at the time, who was from the UAE. So he asked me, Oromapaseka, tell me, in your province, in your country, what do women think of cloud computing? So I said to him, Cherian, I come from a village, and I come from a province called Limpopo. Where I come from, the only time women speak of cloud is when they are worried that it's going to rain and they have washing on the washing line. So as I stand here, program director, I am so proud because at that time, I was wishing that the very same women that I'm talking about will one day lead the corporate strategies in the private sector. They will lead in the government strategies that will help us embrace 4IR in our province, in my village. And today, I'm so happy that finally we are standing here and I'm leading a panel of discussion that is going to stimulate our economy, more specifically in the tourism sector, focusing on technology. May I just check if my team of panelists are prepared? While they are preparing, may we also check if the two panelists online are connected. As stated, this session, we are going to be talking about the ICT infrastructure initiatives for the province. We will be having two panelists on stage here with me, and we'll also be having two panelist members that will be joining us virtually. I think we are ready. Without any further ado, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to introduce Mr. Lehlasedi Nambo, who is from Vumatel, to come and give us a presentation, just insight in terms of ICT infrastructure initiatives in the province. Mr. Nambo.
Ke rata go dumediša batho ka moka ke re thobela leina la ka ke nna Lehlasedi. I'm from Vumatel. So I'm responsible for the whole of Limpopo as a province. We are bringing fiber to Limpopo and the unserviced areas that they've been left for a very, very long time. So our tech teams, when I raise my hand, please, next slide. So just a introductory to what Vumatel is. So Vumatel is under an umbrella of Community Investment Venture Holdings. That is our holding company. And then there's Vumatel and there's DFA. I'm with Mama Francina here, my colleague from DFA. So Vuma is an enabler of future ICT. So Vuma, guys, I'm not gonna read the whole slide, so you guys can read through. So I'm just gonna talk from the top of my head. So Vuma is a fiber network operator who is pioneered in fiber to the home in South Africa. We have connected over 1 million homes in Gauteng, Western Cape, and Limpopo. So in Limpopo, we have connected just above 30,000 homes. We have connected about 30,000, can you guys hear me? Okay, thanks. We have connected about 30,000 homes currently, and we are busy connecting more. So, Vumatel, it's pioneered itself. We have done about 450 schools in the whole country. We are providing free fiber to those schools. The speed is 1 gigabyte per second. In Polokwane, we have connected around about 13, and then in various areas of Belabela, Mokopong, we've connected schools and we're giving them free fiber in those schools. And then Vumatel is an open access network, meaning that it's giving you a choice to choose your own service provider. So you're not locked into a contract whereby you're limited to one person that you say, if you're not happy with Steve today, as from Vumatel, you can choose to go to DFA, you can choose a different service provider. That's how Vumatel is positioned itself in the ICT sector. More than fiber. So Vumatel additional product offerings. Vuma has expanded product offerings, including fiber to the business. We've recently introduced a fiber to the business. I can say in Louis Richard, we have done quite few. Yesterday, we were busy with an article whereby a local newspaper was asking a difference between a fiber to the home and a fiber to the business. And then they wanted to understand the logic around that. And then we're explaining that Vumatel, since the last financial year, we have started doing the fiber to the business. And then that has enabled a lot of small enterprises to have access to the luxury world-class fiber at a very cheap rate. So in Limpopo area, this is on the map. Mr. Tech, your bid, slide number 6, Mr. Tech. Number 6 with a map where it shows our years. So this is just a footprint of our network in Limpopo. So we have our network in Tzaneen, which we have covered about 3,700 homes. In Polokwane, we have covered 16,800. In Mokopong, we have covered 1,700. In Makado, we have covered 2,700. In Mokopane, about 5,000. Belabela, we have covered 2,300. Access to ICT should not be a luxury limited to a few. Vuma's purpose is to create connected South Africa, where everyone has equal access to the internet. We believe that we are reaching this goal through deployment of Vuma Reach, which we are busy currently doing. What is Vuma Reach? What does Vuma Reach entails? It's an affordable, high-quality fiber product rolled out previously to the unserviced areas, your e.g., in Soweto, Fort Loras, those areas that were seen as areas that don't make sense to the guys in the fiber businesses. But Vumatel has enabled those areas that we can service them and give them a high world-class fiber at the lowest and cheapest and affordable price. So now we are currently servicing those areas. We are servicing your Soweto. I think most of us know Soweto, Vosloorus, Mitchells Plain. We are giving fiber to those areas. And then the benefits are, the benefit of the product that we are offering is we have an open access, no contract, affordable prices, uncapped data, and free router. You'll forgive me, it's just an introductory to fiber, to Vumatel, that what is it that we provide in this sector. The importance of the infrastructure for future information communication technology. Traditionally, connectivity option can offer the speed and reliability needed to remain competitive in a digital environment. Fiber currently is the best connectivity option available in South Africa to enable future ICT. This has been a major shift in recent times. So, it being a major shift, what does it do? Communication is instant, no interruption. I saw we had many our guests, our speakers who were on the line with a very low band bandwidth, and then we couldn't even hear them. I think our last, it was Gulbert. I couldn't hear him because he had a very bad coverage. Just imagine Vumatel being there. Vumatel is an enabler. We wouldn't have such things since, well, this is the new normal whereby we are working with such hybrid. So Vumatel, what it does is it enables us to have better connectivity at a very cheap rate. So entertainment also, if you're a gamer like myself, you are gaming at home, you are working at home. With fiber, Vuma Fiber, you are guaranteed a stable connection, and then that doesn't have interruptions. Working from home, and then also having a stable internet, and then in the Internet of Things. Another thing is it's a future-proof home automations. The importance of ICT in the tourism sector. Technology has helped us to reduce cost, enhance operation efficiency, improve services, customer experience in tourism sector. Both customers, business can benefit from improved communication, reservation, and guest services system. Fiber is an essential backbone to enable this. Internet, marketing, computer system, mobile communication, stable Wi-Fi community. In the morning, I can't remember the speaker who was speaking here. He was talking about an area in Bela, and then if I'm driving from here to Bela, and then I want to book a lodge, or I want to book a 5-star hotel in Bela, you need to have a connectivity which can basically transmit whatever communication or communique that you want that lodge to book to receive them. So Vumatel enable us to achieve such things in a very cheap manner because our rates are very low. And then the importance of this in a tourism sector. Currently we have COVID, which most of us, we have lost our livelihoods. You are very lucky if you still have a job currently. So what Vumatel does is, and in this tourism sector or the ICT sector, internet marketing, providing potential clients with up-to-date and relevant information to effectively utilize online advertisement, social media, blogs, online purchasing to help convenience their customers. Computer system allows communication to make guest experience better, guest request, housekeeping, and then also to be found on one system. Mobile communication, it keeps customers advised on real-time changes, offer deals, and then also advertisement. Stable Wi-Fi connectivity, it enables workers from anywhere, opportunities to travel anywhere just because you have a stable connectivity. And then if you're booking to that certain lodge or 5-star hotel, if you have a connectivity, your life becomes easier and simpler, as a traveler, you'll want to go back, you will recommend that X and YZ lodge has this connectivity. My experience was better and it was nice, and then tomorrow you will recommend it. And then tomorrow, one of your friends from Europe, from Lesotho, wherever you may be placed, and then they will come to that because of the connectivity that you have. So, Vumatel is about building a connected South Africa. So that's basically what Vumatel does in this ICT sector. So in the tourism, we need connectivity to communicate. If we are communicating, it means when you are booking, you're making a reservation and then, or connecting to a certain individual with a stable connectivity. Your life, your communication becomes easier to make those reservations. So we'll be investing in Limpopo as a company to look at potentially servicing unserviced area, which we didn't, most of the companies in this space didn't look at. We are doing that currently. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nambo. I heard you speaking of connectivity being helping us to get real-time information. So we just got real-time information that our panelists, members that were supposed to join us virtually, will not be able to join us. So we will jump straight into questions. We'll be taking questions from the floor. We'll also be taking questions from the attendees online. I think just to open up the session of questions, I'd like to just pose a question to Mr. Nambo. And I'm happy. Ms. Francina just joined us. Are you giving us a presentation? Okay. She's here to support. So she'll also be assisting with the questions. Mr. Nambo, you spoke about having connectivity and Vumatel assisting destinations like Soweto. And I thought of Vilakazi Street. And I thought to myself, if we want a Vilakazi here in Limpopo, we've had our tourism industry in the province has been challenged because of COVID. And we have areas that do not have connectivity and 3G. And I'm happy that you have validated this when you said you saw that we were having some challenges with one of our speakers. So just to give context to it, we have the Travel Indaba, which is usually always hosted in Durban, where people travel there. So now that it has been hosted online, I would love for it to come to the province of Limpopo. I would love for us to attract investment and to stimulate economic activity through the Travel Indaba. So what I'd like to know from you is, what are you doing as a service provider to help this province so that we can get to that point where our connectivity is strong enough for us to stand and say, we as Limpopo, we are ready to host the Travel Indaba? Thank you.
Program Director, thank you for the question. Us as Vumatel, we are busy currently investigating potential areas in Limpopo that we will do in terms of elevating the connectivity issue that the province currently faces. We are currently busy with those. We have started, like I mentioned previously, that we have done Mokopane, we have done Polokwane, we have done Louis Richard, your Zanini, your Belabela, and then there's still more to come. Just watch the space. We are busy with those, and then in due time, we'll reveal.
Thank you very much, sir. So you are doing an investigation. Please don't end up opening a police station. I hope we will end up executing. But I'm happy with your answer. Do we have any questions from the floor? Honorable MEC. Can we have
Thanks very much, Program Director. I deliberately didn't want Baldwin to speak because we have spent $500 million in the fiber. Now that the other people are not here, he must come and tell us what is it that they are actually doing. And why we invited Vumatel, I was interested in knowing about your future. Because, look, these people who are here, they want to know how far are you in building your broadband and your fiber. Because remember, COVID has suggested to us that we have a new normal. Those things that you have written there, it can only be English. Those things that you said there about tourism, to me, it can only be English unless it's translated into practice. Because what you said, you talk about real time. You saw the Premier could not speak today. But what does it mean? Because just imagine somebody, our lodges are in far-flung areas. They are somewhere in Kruger Park. We should be talking about how do we connect Kruger Park? How do we connect Palabura? How do we connect Shikundu? Oswald, you are all here. All of you, some of you have money, you have all these things, and you are staying here because we did not invite. When we look, the list of people who are invited here, I saw it personally. I had to see it and say, bring all these people, because you see, it doesn't help for me to go to that village and I want to live with my children because there's no connectivity. I'm told that my son and my daughter can't go to my mom's house because in that village there's no connectivity. Baldwin tells me, no, they are somewhere, they are digging somewhere in the industrial park. Those industrial parks, Nkowankowa, Makado, and everywhere, there's no connectivity. And our schools, and ourselves as rural people, fourth industrial revolution is supposed to take us to the new heights. Actually, we would have to bypass those other systems to go and join other people. And this is why we want to know what is it that is happening, what is it that we are doing. Maybe we should start with Baldwin and go to the other panelists and other people who are online and everybody who was there. Like you said that you have already connected Soweto. I mean, if you look at Tondo, Giani, Liwahom, Mukopan, those townships are competitive. They can be able to take off and you'll make your return. And that's what we want to know, so that we should grow this industry. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC. I think I concur with you, sir. Would like to also know how ready is the province in terms of the ICT initiatives and infrastructure in preparation of embracing the fourth industrial revolution. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to welcome Mr. Baldwin Ramasubani to the fourth so he can come and give us a presentation. Mr. Ramasubani.
Okay. What number is MEC Program Director, colleagues. MEC put me on the spot, but I'm going to speak off the cuff in terms of the initiatives that we have, in terms of the
technology deployment as far as the broadband is concerned. And MEC, maybe let me give this rider. You look at the number of companies that are there in terms of Vumatel as far as investment is concerned. And if you can ask them how much billions they spent to cover such, deployment of the fiber, vis-a-vis what the Limpopo province has in terms of deployment of that infrastructure. However, we have done a lot in terms of, putting together, most of the requisites, the infrastructure that we would want to have. And if you try and compare and look at the value chain of, why would you want to deploy that infrastructure? First of all, you need, the program director talked about what we call cloud computing, which is actually the key to drive your fourth industrial revolution technologies and opportunities derived from your 4IR. So as Limpopo Connection, that infrastructure is deployed within Peter Mokaba Stadium in terms of switching, in terms of routing, in terms of voice, in terms of security. That infrastructure is there. And more so, you want to say, now that I deploy the core network infrastructure, how do I deploy the management function of that infrastructure, which is what we call the NOC and control center of the entire system, including your call center to be able to manage and operate that infrastructure. So that part, that nerve center has been deployed. The second part, I'm talking about the value chain of the broadband. The second part is where Vumatel is in terms of going to individual houses, individual businesses to say they can. This part of the network infrastructure is long done by Vumatel. It's long done by the partners and all those things that you see in terms of the. So we have just started 3 years ago in terms of putting that infrastructure. And we believe, based on the fact that, government fiscus are shrinking, we're talking to various other partners that have shown keen interest in terms of partnering with us and extending that network to game reserves of to tourist areas and all that. So there's a lot of work that we need to do as a state-owned company like Limpopo Connection. A lot has been done. We have at a provincial level developed our own 4IR strategy, which is actually part of Limpopo Development Plan, which actually dovetail from your presidential 4IR a document. So implementation of this thing is not like overnight. You have to plan it. You heard him saying we are still planning on some of these areas. We are almost there with Vumatel in terms of deploying our infrastructure in those municipalities like Bela Bela, Musina, Mokopong, Kwangwa, Seshego, going to deep rural areas. But it's a value chain. It's not something that we can do overnight. You have to be able to have a robust, secured, open access network infrastructure that's secured. Like I said, in Pitamkawa, that infrastructure is there. You're not an operating center and be able to extend your fiber to the rural people so that they should be able to participate in the mainstream of the economy. So we should be announcing, not long, in a month or two, Limpopo Connection should be announcing a partner to say, yes, now we got a partner based on the fact that the fiscus are shrinking. We get an investor to come and expand this network and make sure that local people within municipalities within the district can be able to participate in terms of the deployment and construction of this infrastructure. That will be a lifelong job for our SMME going forward, because you deploy, it's like roads infrastructure. Once you deploy it, you must maintain it. So they will deploy it and maintain it and extend it to schools, clinics, people, and that's all what we want to do within the municipalities in terms of the broadband. However, putting the broadband is one thing. You need to make sure that you get some returns on the broadband. The return is by means of putting your mobile application on top of that infrastructure. So the pipe is a pipe. It's just a pipe that you dig. Then you lay it. But what drives the demand is when you actually pool applications and put those applications on top of that infrastructure. Then you get the value of the broadband. Then you have an impact in terms of your economic development within the province. And you become competitive. That is done by a program called the Science and Technology Park. We have partnered with the Polokwane municipality. If you go to Luahom, on the left there's symmetry, on the right it's like an open land. That is the potential area for the Science and Technology Park, which will drive your innovation, which will drive your tourism, which will drive your mining and mineral beneficiation, research and development, which will drive your agriculture and agro-processing, which will drive manufacturing in terms of the hydrogen fuel cell. In fact, we have partnered already with the French company that would want to say, how do we power the Science and Technology Park through hydrogen fuel cells because of the PGMs that we have in the province. That's where Limpopo connection is. That's the status in terms of the ICT deployment in the province. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ramaswamy. I would have loved for you to stay on stage, though, if we have questions. The man has answered all the questions I had. Isn't he amazing? That was very detailed. And we are happy to hear that the foundation has been laid in terms of infrastructure. Now it is for us to bring the software and to leverage off the growth of the infrastructure. Do we have any questions on the floor? I see a hand by the chairman.
Thank you, Program Director. Thank you also for the presentations given to us. As they always say, ICT is complicated for us laymen and laywomen. But for sure, at some point we know what you want. Or the people that we represent knows that if 1, 2, 3 things can be done, particularly in the context of the environment they are finding themselves of COVID, with the possibility of the skies opening up for them to do business again, they will flourish. And I think that what we should be doing in this Lekgotla is to then say, what are the 3 things from an IC point we need to do in a practical sense that will help the tourism industry? Everybody has been talking about the loss of livelihood with the tourism establishment. It's practical, it's real. Now, I would have thought that the team that we have that is knowledgeable on these ICT matters, particularly agreeing with all of us that we are now moving into the new normal, whose centerpiece is going to be digital operation, whether in terms of your businesses, in terms of the operations. Now, I would have wanted to hear, for example, 1, how can we be able to help the establishment with a reservation module? Because the presenter not long from Vumatel was talking about as he drives to Bela, then he must do a reservation. It means it must be digital. Now, where you want to sleep in Bela, those people do not have a digital reservation mechanism. So you are still then going to be expected to reach that place. What is it that we can do? That's the first point. Because if we are able to can say, this is how we can help you, I can assure you, in all 5 districts, you will then have an avalanche of need to be helped, whilst you are still doing all the other preparations about the bigger picture. The second other aspect is that we need to consciously now accept that government does not have money. Therefore, it means the private-public partnerships are going to have to drive what must be done. And for example, also in the ICT space, I mean, for sure, I was happy when I heard Baldwin raising this aspect from the Limpopo connection. But you see, we need to move with great speed. Because if Limpopo connection has to carry out that mandate that it has been given, then those partnerships must arise and the prioritization must be done. We no more have time to wait for the next 10 years. Interventions of digital nature are needed now in a tourism space. So for me, can we get an inkling with regards to when you need to then respond to those? What is it that needs to be done? How do you guide us to then do those things? Because, for example, we have got in government what is called the LWR, which is in charge of 47 reserves that are owned by government. But their reservations is still being done through paper. When you go there, you must go and book. Now, we need to help them, but it's not only them, but let's talk within the context of the tourism. How practically now, when we live here, it can be a takeoff to say, on Monday, this is the person that we must call that will help us to do 1, 2, 3. Does it have a cost? This cost is this thing. Vumatel has been saying that Vuma to business. The Vuma, I'm not using your VUM, I'm using it now with VOOM, you know, where you crisp it to the business. In practical terms, what should be done? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think the question is quite clear. And there was a speaker that also spoke on digitization. So the question is, how do we, when we live here, what are the 3 things that we can do so that when we want to book at that hotel in Villa Villa, we are able to do it digitally? What can we do so that Mapaseka's manager there in Dubai can actually have a tour, a virtual tour of a hotel somewhere in Budokwa? So I would like to give that question to Ms. Francina. Mr. Ramasubani, please feel free to address as well.
Sorry, Program Director, before they answer, there is another question here, which is on the link. I'll just read it as it is.
Okay, may I ask that we address this one and then we take the next question?
Is that fine? We will wait long. Oh, fine, because it's these people that...
Oh, thank you, thank you.
Fine.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Thank you. Thank you, Program Director. And thank you for the questions. I'm glad that everyone here is talking about partnerships, because the one thing that I can tell you is that fiber is capital intensive and no one company can do it alone. So it's about time that we as industry, we collaborate. We can still compete while collaborating, because I'm sure MEC would also agree with me that you wouldn't want to see me digging here, the next company digging next to that company, disrupting other services. So it's about time that we collaborate so that we can capitalize on economies of scale. Government doesn't have money. Companies don't have unlimited pockets. And if I look at the areas that you would like to be connected to, those 5 districts, most of them are very remote. and therefore calls for a huge investment in terms of capital. So what I can say is that with the work that Limpopo Connect has been doing, unfortunately there's no quick fixes. However, there's work that has been done. We can look at what has been done because that is just a pipe. We've got service providers that can provide services on top of the pipe that has been provided. So and we work together with government. However, government must also guarantee us that whatever investment any company is doing, there will be anchor tenants in the form of government departments, so that companies are encouraged to spend money in those underserviced areas. Thank you.
Thank you, says Francina. So yeah, she's saying if the government does not have money, but can it just help to support the business in terms of becoming a customer of the private sector? Mr. Ramasubani, I think another question that I did not reiterate that the chairperson stated was, how much time, how far are we? And he also stated a point that we do not have enough time. We cannot afford to wait for a decade. Over to you, sir.
Okay, I'm going to try and try and answer the chairperson's question to say, what are those three critical things that we need to do to be able to move forward? But maybe let me give this context. Chairperson, you would see what road agency has done in terms of prioritizing certain roads for tourism. Now, when you talk about road network, I'm coming from engineering background as well. I'm not just an IT person. And you talk about water network, and you talk about electricity network. All these things are founded from the word called algorithm. They're just infrastructure and facilities of networks. They are based on network. It's only one algorithm. So I can't see why ICT should be looked in isolation. We should be saying, if we are taking road infrastructure there, when we dig and put, some kind of infrastructure along the road, why don't we deploy the fiber at the same time? If we pool water, electricity, broadband, and all those things, why don't we do a coordinated infrastructure deployment? Then you'll save money for the taxpayer. That's where we should be studying. If we agree as government and the private sector, then would then be able to say, how do we create that a platform of collaboration? We normally call it, in innovation, we call it the ecosystem of partnership. That's the first thing that you need to do among the three things. Once you have that very strong partnership, you should be able to say, how do I deploy that prerequisite infrastructure based on the tourism priorities that we have done in terms of our projects? That's one thing. The second thing would be, it's one thing to put the infrastructure, but it's another thing to train people to be able to use it. What are the change management programs? We're talking about jobs of the future in terms of the 4IR. How do we train our people from a brick and mortar processes to be able to be ICT literate and be able to drive these applications? So it's infrastructure, it's people, it's change management. The third one will be, how do you create content, those applications for reservation and all that, so that when I'm in Europe and I want to go to, say, for instance, what is it, in Palaworo, this big, if I want to visit any place in Limpopo and I'm sitting in UK, I should be able to get into that building, see the bed and see the food, the table and everything. When I'm sitting in my home in UK, technology should be able to allow me to see the bed at which I'm going to sleep. That reservation system should bring the video to me where I am and be able to book. That's digital transformation. So there are three things. I'll repeat them. Partnership to deploy the infrastructure. 3, change management and train people, either ordinary people or even reservation people, hotel people and all that, and the content. The last one will be the content. Once you train people having access, cheaper access through VUMA says, I'll give you cheaper and affordable open access network. That's infrastructure. What do you do? Deploy the application. That's content. The third one, train people to be able to access that. I would hope that I answered your question. Thank you very much.
Please, can we have the mic be delivered to the Honorable MEC?
We have agreed that we can't be having talk shows. We are tired of having, again, all of us here, all of us, we have lunches at our houses and what we could have food. I'm saying Baldwin is deploying infrastructure. Vumatel and everybody is deploying infrastructure. Baldwin has issued out a tender. And people here are saying, we want to go to the 4th industrial revolution. We want that connectivity because, as you said, people want to book live. As you are moving, you decide, no, I can't go home, I can't reach home. I must be able to find a place to stay and do work. And that person is staying in Tabazimbi. And Baldwin and Vumatel, all of them, they are in that space. They want to dig. She says we can't be digging. Baldwin can't come to dig where today there's a paving there. They dig. Tomorrow, Vumatel comes and dig. It's disruptive. Why they don't collaborate? Why we call them here? We want a practical solution. And like I said, we don't want English. English we know, and we can go to university to study English. Like you said, Chairperson, we want to, when we live here, they must tell us, these people, they must tell us what is it that they're going to do. It's either they form a team of the private sector and led by you, Droza, where you are going to meet. And that will also assist other departments to say, look, we are building this network. Vumatel has this. Look, in the whole province of Limpopo, we are almost 6 million people. Only 30,000. You said 30,000. You have connected 30,000. About 30,000 per hour. It means something else. But we know that actually you also have your microwaves. We are moving into 5G and all sorts of things. We want practical solution. We are tired of talking. Look, when we live, or in the next time when we meet, we need our people to be connected and be able. Look, here we are talking in meetings. We are able to connect. People don't have to. The acting CEO of Tourism South Africa, whether it was Tourism of South, she didn't have to come here to address us, even if she had commitment. So, but I'm saying, can't we come up with tangible things like we agreed in the morning about the airlift? We have formed a team which will deal with that, which the HOD will deal with it. And even this one, we want a practical solution. Because remember, this thing we have to go and report to the Premier. And these people are our partners. This young man, he says he's head of Limpopo. So it means he's here. If there are other companies, those other companies must also come here and tell us what is it that they are doing. I'm not sure, is he protecting the company property? Because he didn't tell us. He told us about the past. The past, we are not worried about the past because we can't change it. We are worried about the future because it affects us. And we want to know, when are you deploying? Like you are saying, the whole of South Africa is 1 million. in Soweto is this, and we want to know that in Limpopo. Baldwin, we need to begin to be practical. These people don't want, we can't just keep on bringing them and we talk. Next year we'll also, because we're going to September, we'll come again, talk the same thing.
Thank you very much, MEC. The MEC says we are worried about the future, and the future is now. So I would allow for Sis Francina to respond to the Honorable MEC.
Thank you, MEC. So the starting point would be to consolidate what we already have. So that is a quick fix that we can look at. Limpopo Connect has got infrastructure, Vumatel has got infrastructure. So Letlasedi spoke about the CIVH group, which is part of which is the parent company for Vumatel. There's also DFA, Dark Fiber Africa, which has infrastructure in the province, and possibly other companies and partners. Let's do an audit of who has what on the ground, and that's a starting point.
I think it deserves a round of applause. We have just signed a verbal deal. Thank you very much for that. There was another question. Yes, sir.
No, I was going to use my rally voice, so it's fine. No, thanks, Program Director. I think now we are beginning to lay down the seeds of a plan. Consolidation, audit, and therefore it will mean, I wanted to add, you see, those three things that Baldwin raised, because after the audit and consolidation, they will then have to say to us, what form of ecosystem should exist with now what they have? And through that ecosystem, who has to be trained to do what? And therefore, the applications will then arise that selfishly for now will start to help the tourism industry. Because then we'll have to then go back to them and say, this is how we are going to help you. Are we getting your buy-in? Am I correct with that approach? No, then that's fine. I wanted to get that buy-in because we were leaving out these things that Baldwin said. But then it will mean that they need timelines. You see, we who are also in government are not happy with all this notion that whenever you get into partnership with government, it's forever and ever and then ever. No. I think that at some point we need to agree when these things could be done and ultimately to have a plan that we can then sell to the industry to say this is what is going to be arising. Some of the other things, for example, for training, I do understand that it might not be there, but let's have a plan to say if we then have this ecosystem, this is what it produces. And for us, if it's about reservation, which is an ultimate application, this 1, 2, 3 will be needed for it to be actualized. You industry, from you, this is what we demand. Because this new normal is real. And we need to practically, as we're saying, let's help them. And we're starting with that first one because it will help a lot. Because if for now you are not able to book at Dipela Lodge won't survive, it's going to close down. But it also helps that even those who are outside the province, before you reach that place, you then have the ability and the capabilities that would have been deployed to allow you to book. And I think also we are going to then link this to grading. Because we have been saying to the industry, the new normal is going to push you to grade yourself. Because when a tourist wants to go to a lodge, there are now going to be a lot more other issues that the person is going to be interested on. If you are not graded, then it means that you fall down the ladder in terms of people having to come to a place, and therefore you won't benefit with regards to hosting tourists. The issue of health and safety protocols becomes important. For now, the issue of vaccination becomes important. So there's going to be now this new normal that is bringing into the space things that I'm certain that the industry will appreciate to get a buy-in on. But I think let's come and patch that from an ICT point with all these things that we are talking about and put a better timeline with regards to when do we think we'd have done this and how do we move to that, so that we can assess ourselves whether we are moving forward or we are raising our feet in the same place thinking that we are marching. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
There are two questions here that I said. I think, Baldwin, it says, good afternoon. I would like to know how are they integrating the infrastructure with other municipal infrastructure in the shared space, e.g. road, water, and sanitation master plans? No, I think we have raised, but I'm reading what the person, I don't know if the person was listening. The second one, Francine, what are the next steps after determining who has what on the ground? I think that's the point we're talking about of the ecosystem training, deployment, of applications and all those. So they can answer that, including the deadline. Thank you.
Says Francine. Mr. Ramasubani would rather take the question. What are the next steps after we have collaborated and we have done an analysis of who has what? Then what do we do next?
Maybe a chairperson. What I should be telling you is what has been done and what is left to be done. Like MEC was saying, it shouldn't be a talk show. Before Limpopo Connection started deploying thank you. Before we started with this, deployment of this infrastructure, we actually went to a rigorous feasibility study model. We have done that, and we have done that with provincial treasury and national treasury. It was sort of a triple P model, that project when it started. Which was costed about 3 billion over a period of many years. But provincial government made a decision to say it's going to take us long. We want this infrastructure because it's an enabler to other, it's a catalyst to other growth sectors within the province. And we started going and looking for a partner to be able to deploy that. That is sort of a seed capital for Limpopo Connection to start something so that you can be able to attract potential investors to assist you in the expansion of the network footprint in the province. So we went through that for a period of 3 years. Now, and what the Executive Council said is to say, we know you're needing 3 billion, but this is all what we have, and you have to do with what we have. And we have done that. But the rider was, you have to go out as leader, as a 3D organization. You must go out and get a partner to expand this network. Part of the infrastructure of the broadband, we're using DFA as well. We already collaborating. But the most important thing, Chairperson, here is to say that audit is being done. All what is required is to review it and make sure that even the new infrastructure from Vomatel is incorporated into that audit, because Vomatel has just done a lot in terms of other municipalities. Chairperson, the market studies and the broadband service demand in the province, that document is available. We have it. So the audit, the market study, in terms of the broadband services, is there. What we have done, Chairperson, we went out on expression of interest, which is a simple document, to test the market as to whether the market will be interested in what Limpopo provincial government has done with regard to the project that we are running. And we saw a lot of a huge, keen interest from industry that are willing to partner with us. That's the ecosystem that we are looking for. Today, as we speak, Chairperson, if there are industry people here, you will see that that RFP is gone out for that partnership that we need to do. The people in my office have issued that to people that have been, shortlisted. But remember, those companies like Vumatel, like DFA, they would want to do their own DD, due diligence. Limpopo Connection will also want to do those due diligence. But Chairperson, you can't do this without Treasury. You have to go to Treasury and apply for what you call Section 54(2). So those are the processes that we need to be able to fulfill. We have got several boards and all those things. ESCO, Limpopo ESCO, Treasury must play a role in this thing. Actually, Section 54 is governed by Treasury. You can't do without Treasury. So those are the processes that we would follow, go through them. However, at some point, like you said, Chairperson, we'll pin down these things, we'll time them with timelines, and then we'll be able to produce to whatever authority in terms of what time would it take for us to be able to finalize this marriage that we want to do with industry and be able to deploy this infrastructure. I hope I tried. I can't give you the definite date because there are a lot of stakeholders that needs to be in
there. Can we mic the chairperson, please?
No, thank you. Thanks for the input, Ndadaramaswa. I was saying maybe, can I propose in a practical sense? Because I think you and the other presenters, you have been able to give us the elements and characters of that plan that we want. But then maybe a step forward should be that under the leadership of LIDET, we should then have a task team that will then be guiding and understanding all those aspects of auditing, the connectivity, infrastructure, the partnerships. And that task team must be formed before September. And then now, you see, when that task team meets, it will then be able to say, our path to achieving what is needed is 1, 2, 3. We must meet Treasury. What is it that we must meet Treasury for? When does it happen? Do you understand? So that even at some point where you might need interventions by the MEC or any other authority, then it will help you. You see? But for now, let's agree that we'll move with that decision, and that will then, after this conference, it will be formulated and work begins, and we can start assessing ourselves. And it will be helping everybody, because for now we agree that we have been disunited. We are all agreeing we must be under one umbrella for a common good and be able to guide our steps together to achieve for our future. Are you happy with that, all of you? Will that assist everybody? Thank you. That will be the approach that I put forward.
Thank you very much, Chair. With that said, I just want to put a reminder that September is next week, Wednesday. If we can just note that down. Can we take a final question in the interest of time? Do we have a final question? Can we mic the gentleman?
Thank you very much. Mine is not more of a question, but as we are speaking and engaging, I'm seeing an opportunity. Because at first, when Lehlazidu was speaking, he was mentioning that they have connected all the way from Bela, Mokopane, Mohopo, Nzaneni, and for the tourist, for the tourist side or for the tourism side, what I'm seeing is because now basically saying that there's a network that is moving from all the way from Bela to Nzaneni or passing Nzaneni. Why can't the businesses come forward as a collaboration and say, why can't we tap into that network that is passing by our line? I mean, what I'm saying is not everyone is here for, or not everyone when they're doing the visit, they're there for leisure. some that are here for business. I mean, I'm looking at the time now, it's already late. I'm just thinking some of the people are going to sleep here. And I don't think we are just going to go to our room and sleep. Some of them are going to work. So why can't we use that and leverage on that? And also for the, I mean, it's for convenience, especially if ever you have to sleep here, and yet you have that world-class network that Letlhasedi is talking about, that you can still work until, I mean, it's convenient for you to work at this time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So the gentleman is challenging all the business people that are here and that are listening virtually to say, let us support the infrastructure that has already been laid down on our ground. Let us put something on it so that it can expand and we can stimulate our economy. I'd like to thank my panelists, my panel members. Thank you very much for your insightful information and your patience. And we hope by next week, Wednesday, the chairman will be happy with you. With that said, as I leave the podium, I personally also would like to say I wish that in future, as Mr. Letlhasedi said, when we book that accommodation in Vila, that with this collaboration, may we one day, as the villages of Limpopo, be able to leverage off artificial intelligence and machine learning. And that way, as we go here, may I challenge everyone to go and intentionally educate the people around you. To say when you are searching on the internet and you see that and the internet picks up that you searched in Vila, and then it starts suggesting it is not a coincidence. So I hope as a province, we will get to a point where we understand that. And I hope as a department, we will get to a point where we are no longer worrying about rhino poaching, because we have artificial intelligence and the Internet of Things that will, at some point, when the collaboration has borne fruit, help us to track our rhino horns and be able to see them on a command screen and take corrective measures. With that, ladies and gentlemen, I thank you, and we will be having another session after this.
Thanks very much to Mapaseka and your panel. And I think this was very, very hot. And it's because we are in that era now. Actually, we are lucky, Mr. Ramatsubani, because most of the people who are angry, they joined online. So, and I think what the chair has said and what the MEC has said, it's issues that we are facing every day in our space. And unfortunately, we are not in that technical space where you are, so we rely on you. And hence, this partnership that we're talking about. Colleagues, we have come to the last item of the day. And we just want to request the board member, who is a chairperson of integrated marketing, to come and give us what we have done for today, so that you can see what we have done. Board member Mostet.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Just to observe protocol and acknowledge MEC. I know MEC Squati, MEC Liruli, MEC Ndalane, and I'm told MEC Makamu is also with us virtually. Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee was here earlier. And the Speaker of Pulukwan. The session today was attended by 233 participants, including people who were with us through digital platforms. And the following are the key issues that came out of the discussions. Support for marketing and promotion of our natural conservation and heritage programs is key if we are to drive tourists back into the province. Initiatives that are aimed at creating partnerships and collaboration amongst different stakeholders must be supported to help rejuvenate the sector. The sector must come up with creative ways to attract and grow the domestic market given the challenges posed by COVID-19. Supply and enterprise development initiatives must be looked at as part of support mechanisms to help rejuvenate the sector. The industry must come up with plans to support vaccination initiatives as that will help bring the international travelers to the province. The industry needs to create a winter tour package in Limpopo. On strategic intervention, more work still needs to be done to ensure clarity and viability of the airlift strategy in the province. There is a need to look at agreements that have been signed between Limpopo and SADC countries and explore possibilities. There is a need to explore personal flights to certain destinations in and outside the country. There's a potential for an introduction of cargo operation from Limpopo that needs to be workshopped further by all stakeholders driven by the tourist sector. There's a need to look at developing tourism packages to help stimulate demand for air travel into the province. The need to create a multi-layered party government task team to look at the airlift strategy for the province. The road signage project has to be implemented to assist with directions for travelers, which include tourists. Tourism facilities are encouraged to visit the RALP website to apply for permission to install signage within the road reserve. District municipalities must prioritize the implementation of their integrated transport plans and ensure that they cover tourism roads. The tourism sector must participate at all district transport forums to make sure that the tourism roads are prioritized. And lastly, on this last session of the ICT, the key issues are the sector has to find ways to make use of the ICTs to market, attract and improve customer experience. The province, through Limpopo Connection, is deploying the appropriate infrastructure to ensure that relevant technologies are available to enable the sector to thrive. A task team led by LIDET needs to do an audit of what is available in the province in terms of the deployment on fiber and see how companies that are operating the space in the province can consolidate and collaborate towards making a better future for the people of the province. And lastly, the team must look at what is possible, look at the skills needed, and also ensure partnerships for the development of content. For those who have just joined us, just to remind you that in the morning we were welcomed by the Speaker of Polokwane, our MEC Mukoni, made few remarks, and he also presented our Premier. And Acting Premier Squati delivered the keynote address on behalf of the Premier. And lastly, Program Director. All these things that I'm talking about will just continue to be dreams if we don't continue to observe the COVID protocols. About 2 weeks ago, I was in Gauteng. I went to one store with my daughter. And as I entered there, I found about 3 guys who are the employees there, including the manager. None of them had a mask on. And when I spoke to one of the guys, I said, Morel, why are you not having your mask? I see all of you here. And this guy says to me, you see the attitude, he says to me, Corona ichavanna. So if we continue with that attitude, all these things that we are continuing to talk about will just continue to be dreams. Thanks, Chairperson.
Oh, one.
Oh. Okay. No, thanks very much, Chair of IDM. I think whatever he said is the man that is going to chase us to make sure that we implement everything. We want to request the chairperson of the board to come and release us officially for the night before we go for dinner at 19:30.
Thank you, CEO. I would like to take this opportunity to thank all the participants, those who are present here with us and those who are on different digital platforms. We would also like to thank all the speakers. The presentations were very interesting, and I think that beyond this conference, some of the issues raised in those speeches, we will continue to interact with them, because there's nothing that beats engagement with each other to acquire knowledge. And that knowledge will help us to make sure that we do the best for our people. Tomorrow, we'll be starting at 9 o'clock. I would like to request that we keep time, because some of you, I know that after 1 o'clock, you have got a lot of tourism establishments that you want to go and visit, and we don't want to keep you long here. It's a weekend. So therefore, at 9 o'clock, we are starting. The speakers would like to request that you avail yourself at 9 o'clock so that we can have that session. We would like to ensure that by tomorrow, at 1 o'clock, by the time we go for lunch, we would have completed the session. But also, I would like to make a call to all of us, because this is a Lekgotla. Nobody has got a monopoly of knowledge. We have come to learn. We have come to engage with each other, because we are all driven by one objective: to make sure that we continue to create a better life for our people in the different areas of work. And therefore, industry, this Lekgotla also belongs to you. There are certain questions that are niggling to you. We have made sure that we create a platform for you to engage. No question is wrong, or no question is lacking intelligence. Please raise the issues that always worries you, so that when we who are here with you can try to grapple with those issues and be able to make a contribution towards making sure that your businesses continues to thrive. We are all worried about the impact that COVID has had in your businesses, and together, let's join hands and make sure that we can have the livelihood that we've been providing all the time being sustained, being continuous, and therefore our people can have a better life. Thank you. You are all invited for dinner at 7:30. The session is adjourned.